Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the city council meeting of the city of San Clemente. Hey, we have one. It's Brian Brower of Tuesday, October 17th. And we will start off with closed session. City clerk, any comments?
No comments this evening.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
We move into we adjourn into closed session.
Second, very quickly.
Avila and Nemeyer?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
More time to eat.
All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order here, the meeting of the City Council of the City of San Clemente of October 17th, 2023. We will start out with the invocation. Please rise if you care to participate.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Eternal Heavenly God, we give you thanks for this day, and we acknowledge your presence in this place. We acknowledge your provision in our lives. Lord, we acknowledge that there is unrest in the world, and we pray for your peace. We pray for your justice. We pray that you would protect the innocents on all sides. Lord, I pray your special blessing on our council members this evening and on all those present here. May you be in our words and in our ears as we listen and discuss these things of importance to this community. We give you thanks. Amen.
Amen. Please stay standing. Ken, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance at the podium? Yes.
Any can.
All right, thank you. Ready, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, roll call. I will note for the record that all 5 council members are present. And I'll give the city clerk a moment because we've got a bunch of blue cards coming up here.
Okay. Let's see. You started with roll call, moving on to special presentations. Mayor?
Yes,
Monet?
we have a special presentation here, which will just recognize that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and you'll see that we're all wearing pink here of some sort on the dais. I have a special interest in this as my mom is a breast cancer survivor, so I think it's important that we do recognize that, and I'm proud of our city council for doing that, and our city attorney and our city manager and our staff for recognizing this important awareness month. We can all do more, and hopefully we can defeat this disease that's taken all too many of our loved ones. So in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we encourage our residents to prioritize their health by scheduling an appointment for early detection. City Clerk.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Community Outreach Quarterly Update, and this is a presentation by Danielle Sorahan, Code Compliance Manager, concerning a quarterly update on outreach and security efforts in San Clemente to address homelessness.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Danielle Sorahan, Code Compliance Manager, and here is our quarterly report. So the data demonstrates that our outreach contacts have been fairly consistent across the last 3 months. The outreach contacts are in blue, and then the unduplicated individuals contacted are in orange. We see a slight increase in September in the unduplicated individuals contacted. That could be for, just expanding our outreach, or it could also be due to the trains running through the city again and people utilizing more transportation. So our outreach services provided, transportation remains our number one service that is utilized with 77 transportation assistances provided. Outside agency VA medical care is in second with 55. And then it goes to documentation assistance, mental health assistance, and then our number of HMIS interviews.
What does HMIS stand for?
I wrote it down because I always forget. It is, let me find it.
It is the Homeless Management Information System.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that like the computer system that you enter everything into?
Yes, it's like a county-wide system that they share information.
Just county, that's not the nationwide one?
No, the HMIS that we are involved in is, starts with the County of Orange, and it's available for the jurisdictions within the county.
Okay, this is our street exit data. So looking at the data here, you see that our highest numbers were for family reunification in August. We had 16. The number decreased in September to 8, which was fairly consistent with July. So that is still our most highly successful exit, is getting people reunified with their families. Okay. Well, I can also, so there has been some progress made towards permanent housing. Although the numbers are small, there is a positive indication in September where someone did secure permanent housing. And then our shelter and housing outreach. So out of the 202 unduplicated individuals contacted, a significant majority, 87%, expressed an interest in receiving shelter or housing assistance. Conversely, a small fraction, 13% of the unduplicated individuals contacted declined any offer for shelter or housing assistance. And that's all I have. Did you guys have any questions?
Yes,
Questions,
Councilmember Cabral.
yeah. I think one of the questions I had was October 2nd of this year, the care courts became operational. And I know that it's been a slow process throughout the state, but I just want to know, I mean, it's a great opportunity for this city and for the county even to get those that have a schizophrenic personality into care and somewhere where they can be treated. So how are we working to achieve that? I know it's early in the process, but this is probably the time that we can have the most impact, if there is one.
A definitely great question. I know Orange as well as San Diego County and 5 other counties were targeted for, doing this pilot program. We are reaching out to our community partners to kind of learn more about what our roles and responsibilities will be and what things that they can provide us as far as coordination to get some of these people that might qualify into care court. So yes, you're right, it's very early in the rollout. We're hopeful that we'll get more information to provide to council.
So have we do we have a program for the city that's going to be implemented that will get people into these programs, or?
Well, it's at the kind of the county level right now, so we'd be receiving our direction from county level, supervisors.
Have we reached out to the county to get that direction yet, or are we in the process, or?
Well, we kind of need to know who is our point of contact. So part of that is I've been having our outreach workers network with their county providers and trying to determine who would be the best person to direct these questions to. So it is a work in progress, but we should have more information to get back to you with soon.
Okay. Was there something else, Adam?
No,
Okay.
Danielle answered the question
Okay.
perfectly.
One other thing, these numbers, both the contacts duplicated and otherwise, are these contacts by which staff from the city, and do they include the contacts made by private security?
No, these numbers reflect only our outreach workers, Carly and Troy.
Okay.
Their contacts, I know that Allied and the sheriff's also have presentations tonight
Okay, all right.
that could highlight some of those numbers as well.
Okay, well, I'll wait for them then to get those numbers. South Orange County, and anecdotally, I've been told by people that the people living along, in that little area that's not in San Clemente, but along the fence line there, that a lot of those people have been offered services and have declined. Is that, I mean, do we have an idea of what's been offered and whether it's been accepted, even shelter, and whether those people have accepted or declined services? Or many of them, or number of them, or?
Well, being that they're physically in San Diego County, I know I had heard as well that services were offered and they were turned down. But to what extent and what type of housing shelter, I don't know the specifics. We can reach out to the county and find out. I think that the individuals there were only interested in permanent, long-term housing, no shelter type.
So any contacts that Troy or Carly might have made down there aren't included in the numbers that you presented?
Contacts, but physically where they were located, whether in the county of San Diego or in San Clemente jurisdiction, I would assume that some of those numbers are in here. It's just there's this line that we're trying to figure out how to navigate as to who can do what legally.
Well, I'm fine, thank you.
Question for you. We have that 87% there of people who want to receive services, but it seems like the number of people who are actually able to receive those services is quite smaller than that 87%. Could you explain why that is so?
Well, in this diagram here, this is just highlighting folks who are open to shelter or housing assistance in particular. After speaking with outreach staff, it's more that they're only interested in permanent housing. That's, something that they wanted me to clarify a little bit. Shelter, not as much, which could possibly be one of the reasons on the other side of town that there's been some delays over there as far as people accepting services.
Is there also any sort of reason why there's so many people? What I'm getting at here, is there a gap between what's available and what's being offered?
Yes, from the feedback that I'm receiving from the outreach workers, oftentimes there's a lack of available resources that they can't provide, or there's, limitations on those resources.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Thank you.
Our next presenter up is Allied Security, and I'll be running the slides for them. Michael, if you want to come up.
Good evening, Council. It's an honor to be here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to present the quarterly security operations for Allied Universal. I'm with Allied Universal. I'm the client manager responsible for this particular account. I'm going to start off with this particular slide. I wanted to let you guys know that the security's responsibilities and objectives. So I want to highlight that first thing is the public education. That's one of the responsibilities, followed by providing excellent or stellar customer service to the residents. Also, frequently talking with the homeless or vagrants and asking if they need resources. That's when we defer them to the outreach if they want assistance or resources. And of course, taking and responding to calls, calling non-emergency and 911 as needed. Next slide, please. This particular data is in regard to the trending as far as the incidents happening for the last 3 months. As you all know, sirs, we came on board roughly July 15th. So looking at the trends, sleeping in public, Notice there's a drop for the month of September. There was a spike in August, which of course it was summertime. But the officer security professionals were able to be disruptors and be able to address these incidents, especially with the homeless individuals. Smoking consistently have gone up, but they're being addressed proactively and reactively. This is across the board, basically, the pier and on the beach front. As far as the beach closure, this is basically, as you notice, August definitely, there's a lot of violators or violations, individuals staying, after the curfew hours of 10 p.m. And then, of course, the complaints from public. I wanted to make sure to define this. Complaints from public means these are complaints from the residents and approaching our security professionals directly and letting them know that they need assistance, there are dogs on the beach or dogs off leash, or there are skateboarders or e-bikers out there, and that's when our security professionals would respond to these types of in-person complaints and responding and addressing them. Next slide, please. This particular slide is, I'm just going to point out dog on the beach. As you notice, month of September, there was a spike. This tells me apparently the kids are back in school and residents are more, I guess, comfortable now to bring their dogs out on the beach. But they're being addressed, as we speak. And also providing outreach. This relates more to homelessness. And I wanted to provide some figures here which are not included in the data presented here, but just wanted to give you an idea as far as the contacts made by the security professionals. For the month of July, there were about 60 contacts made. August, about 85. September, 88. Out of these numbers, for the most part, for the month of August, 23 contacts or incidents were referred to the outreach for their resources or assistance. And then for July, it's about 5. Then for September, roughly around 11, which is about 10% of the 88 contacts made. Access control, this basically is about, contacts made for those violators who are in the lifeguard tower. They're not supposed to be there 10 feet away, so our security professionals would approach these violators, making sure that they're outside of that perimeter. Next slide, please. And of course, wanted to highlight the incidence of e-bikes or bikes. I think this is not specific only to the city of San Clemente. I'm sure it's more like an endemic now across the board. Some other cities experiencing this, the spikes in e-bikes. But we are consistently and proactively addressing this with these violators. And then I wanted to point out as well the trash pickup. Trash pickup is basically, our guys, our security officers, doing something that, in essence, they're going out there picking up trash, litters, needles when they're doing their patrol, making sure that, the community is safe. Most of these actually happen on the bluffs, beach, and they're out there. So I just want to make sure that these guys basically do their thing above and beyond, and making sure that the community is safe and in proper order. Next slide, please. This is for the month of July. Incidents resolved by security, our security officers. I wanted to point out that for the month of July, which we started July 15 approximately, they basically resolved 106 incidents by themselves. 17 were addressed or resolved by other departments, and these are basically more about maintenance issues, graffiti hotline, non-emergency calls, and 911 calls. And then the one incident there is unresolvable, meaning security, no other departments could not resolve the issue, primarily something to do with, say, panhandling situations where they're protected by their First Amendment right. So, next slide, please. For the month of August, 393 were resolved by security, and that's basically more than double from the month of July. And last slide, please. And then for the month of September, again, it went up to 509 touches. Situations in which our folks, our security professionals, were disruptors. And I'm going to really harp on the word disruption or disruptors because they were able to be there disrupting any of those individuals smoking in public or doing things that are in violation of the code. So, and that's why it's, you will see they're the really big numbers. And of course, 84 resolved by other departments and then 4 unresolvable. So I got pending any questions from you, sirs.
Any questions?
I don't have a question yet, but I do have a comment. I just wanted to point out, I talk to the security guards in the evening when they get back quite often. And the past few weeks, they've been talking about some of late at night where they have run into individuals on the beach that have been disruptive on the beach, making noise, trying to sleep on the beach late into the night, drinking alcohol, and you also mentioned you've picked up needles. They didn't mention the needles, but all I can say is that they've been very professional. They obviously videotaped the whole incident, and they showed it to me. And the second part of that is that the cooperative agreement that you've worked out with the sheriff's office and Sheriff Christian has been amazing, as I understand it. And I think both of you are to be commended for the cooperation you have in resolving a lot of those problems, because that's one of the things that we've had a lot of people complain about late at night, people drinking, trying to live on the beach. And so apparently they're making good progress on that front. But the real question I have for you is about the needles. I mean, how often are you finding the needles and other drug paraphernalia and bottles, alcohol bottles, that kind of stuff in the beach area or around town?
Excellent question. I'm going to defer to my post commander, who's also here, to address the situation about needles. Gabby?
Hi.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Gabriela Nava. I'm the assistant post commander. So referring back to your question, we find them on a weekly basis, every single week we'll go out there. We find, like the pipes, we find, leftover, I would say leftover, like bottles, containers. We find needles as well. We've had incidents where residents actually walk up to us and let us know, like, hey, we found this over here, and we find needles on the beach, and they're just all over the place on North Beach, near the pier.
That's my question. Where are we finding these? And there are areas that we've identified as, where we need to take extra precaution.
So in the beginning, when we first, started this contract, we were finding them all over North Beach. The most recent place is by the pier. Mm-hmm. So from the pier and all the way to T Street.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. I see you, talk to you occasionally, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Nope, not seeing any. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Next up is Captain Jay Christian.
Good evening, Mayor, esteemed council. I'll have to keep this brief for you.
Could you pull your mic up closer so the audience
too
can
tall.
hear you?
Hope to keep this brief for you, gentlemen. Danielle came to me and asked me if I get some numbers for this presentation. So what I did is I had our crime analysis unit just go to our CAD, our computer-aided dispatch, to pull these numbers. There's a long list of information out there, and just for some awareness or some background information, Every call that a deputy goes on, whether it be a sign call or officer initiated, for our department to keep track of whether it's homeless related or not, they have to dispo the call with either, yes, it's homeless related or it's not. So it's a drop-down menu. So these numbers are pulled directly from the CAD in relation to the homeless related calls for service or officer initiated calls. So as you can see for the quarter, there were 923 calls related to homeless people. 572 were assigned calls and 371 were observed by deputies themselves. There's a long laundry list of types of calls or violations related. I picked out the 10 most frequent calls to kind of give us a good ballpark on what the average call for service or the typical call for service looks like for the deputies out there. And as you can see, we've got narcotic violations. There were 40 disturbances, which could be a number of disturbances, 181, 28 trespassing, 77 calls of a suspicious person or circumstance, 39 calls of a suspicious person in a vehicle, 36 for assisting outside agency, 31 for a citizen assist, 50 for a pedestrian check, 203 for a patrol check, and 69 for a welfare check. Then I thought I'd throw up some action taken, just so you can see what great work they're doing out there. They've had 21 felony arrests, 54 misdemeanor arrests, 39 warrant arrests, 107 criminal citations, and 591 times where the call didn't relate to any reportable action. And just a side note there at the bottom, again, all this information is pulled directly from our CAD. It's a snapshot of statistics in real time, but just know that these can change over time. Official stats have to get reported to DOJ and get certified, and that takes several months. So just be aware of that. Any questions?
I just
Yes,
had
Councilman Randmeyer.
one question. Where are we at in terms of staffing with the OCSD and new hires?
Yeah, we're looking great. We got 7 currently on training right now. 2 to get off, I think, November, early week in November. So we'll be down to 5 trainees. That will put us, I think, 3 vacancies still trying to fill for the additional 4 spots. But we're staffing the downtown beach district noon to midnight right now with 2 deputies, 7 days a week. Seems to be going very well. It seems to be the popular time when residents, visitors, and other people are out and about. So we're getting a lot of contacts with residents, visitors, shop owners, and feedback I've heard so far is pretty positive. I'm pretty happy with what they're doing out there. And the deputies themselves, I had one guy says he's come out of his shell. He's more personal now. He's talking to people on the streets, and he really enjoys that newfound, I won't say stardom, but recognition in the community. So I think it's going good on all accounts.
So there's one full-time on the beach patrol, and we rotate in another deputy to be that second deputy?
Yeah, right now, so like I said, it's noon to midnight, 7 days a week. There's an A side and a B side. So one deputy covers the first side of the week. There's another deputy on the other side while we're still ramping up to get it to be 24 hours a day,
okay.
7 days a week.
Okay.
Under disturbance, would that cover like DV, domestic violence, and 415 fights, things like that? Is that like any?
Yeah, it could be a myriad of types of calls. It could be, and it really is depending on who the call taker is up at dispatch and how they enter it into the call itself. It could play into what it actually is. It's hard to say. It could be, a fight about to pop off, or, maybe it could be a trespasser and it got entered in as a disturbance. It's hard to tell what it actually is without reading all 923 calls and going through the narrative. So.
Yeah. Yes.
Question, Captain Christian. These numbers are from 2023, and it's pretty impressive with the 75 misdemeanor and felony arrests. What is your sense, I know you probably don't have that data in front of you, but what is your sense for 2021 and 2022 in terms of the numbers compared to the last year or two?
That's a good question. I actually did have this information a few months back, and I shared it with the city manager. Hopefully you guys got a copy of that. It seemed to dip for a while, but it seems like 2023 has kind of come back up a little bit. Some of that I say we could chalk up to our efforts to be more proactive as well. Our efforts to clean up North Beach back in March up till now. I think there were a lot more calls for service regarding that with the community, specifically in North Beach. So there was a lot more attention being paid to it. I think that kind of played with the numbers a little bit. So
Yeah.
I don't have a concrete answer for you, but it seems like it has gone up a bit.
Yeah, the presence of your deputies in North Beach and the Pier area is dramatically improved, and it's a nice thing.
Well, thank you. We
Congratulations for
strive.
that.
I know it
We
can always be
appreciate it.
better. I know some days it looks great out there, some days not so much, but, we always
Big
encourage,
improvement.
give us a call when you need us, and we'll go out there, and my guys are directed to be out there proactively looking for things as well. So we definitely need the community engagement to make this partnership, to make it work, so.
Councilmember Kowal.
Yeah, I've been out there before when they've come and made arrests out on North Beach and observed it. The question I had, and
You've not been arrested yourself.
not been arrested myself,
That's good.
but observed it. And so thank you, because what I hear from North Beach, and I go observe it quite frequently, and I think all of us do, but it's really transformed, and thanks to your efforts for transforming it, because it's really made an impact. The question I have, and it may be a little bit too early, have you, it's relative to the care courts, have you been trained, or is there a program that you expect to take training on that for the officers on that, or is it still too early in the program's creation?
Yeah, I heard your question earlier. It was a great question. It's very much in its infancy stages. I haven't had any direction from the county or the department on where that's going to take us. Who knows? Hopefully, it's something that, the community can benefit from. I really don't have any information pertaining to it. We have one deputy assigned as the behavioral health liaison deputy here in town. She does a great job with Danielle's outreach team. They're out there constantly making contact with the homeless, trying to get them the resources they need. But it's a great question. It's worth looking into. Hopefully, as time develops here, we'll have more answers, like Danielle said.
Yeah.
But I think it's just too early on.
Yeah, well, I brought this up because I did read an article. There has been several referrals into that program already in Orange County, in San Diego, in several cities around. So I guess my concern is that we get on the front end, because I can't imagine they have that many beds or seats or appointments. And if we can get in early to get some of the people that need that medical care into the system, the better off we would be, because I know there's a few people that come through this city that probably could use that kind of care.
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just had a question for our city manager. Where are we at in the process in terms of hiring or training our park rangers?
Yeah, we're making a lot of progress. We've been able to hire the park ranger supervisor. And that's probably a better question for Danielle, because they just recently did some interviews, and I don't know if they have extended offers yet or if they're still in the review process. I've just been in the last few days.
So we did make our decisions. We had interviews last week, and we gave out offers to 2 candidates today, and they both accepted. So yeah, we're really excited and looking forward to having those 2 full-time park rangers. And then I know some of you got to meet Trevor, our park ranger supervisor, and he is fantastic and doing a great job out there. So we're looking forward to introduce our other 2 full-timers.
All right, thank you. And Captain Christian, please pass on our thanks to the deputies for doing good work out there. Community policing, right, Rick? I think that's it.
Community-oriented policing.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
The
Cool.
cornerstone of police.
Oh,
work.
geez, okay, I got him started.
Let me just
Okay,
tell
thank
you
you.
a
No,
little-
we're running out of time here. Not on the agenda, sorry, can't talk about that. Okay, thank you, Danielle. Okay, we're on to oral communications, City Clerk. Okay, so as a reminder, oral communications, this is the time where we get to hear from the public. You get 3 minutes to speak. The light will turn green, and then with 1 minute left, it'll turn yellow and red. You will be asked to stop, so please stop talking when it turns red. Nobody gets to speak more than 3 minutes. But this is our time to hear from you all out in the public, and so we won't be responding to the comments. We're just here to listen. If you haven't put in a blue card and you want to, this is the time to do it. You have to get a card in before we conclude this first level of oral communication. So get a blue card in the back, fill it in, and drop it off with the city clerk here in the front. City clerk, how many cards do we have?
Just 3 so far.
Okay.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Ken P. I'm going to say P. Thank you.
Dr. Susie Whitelove, Save Our Beaches. We just completed our beach width monitoring last week with alarming results. The blue line represents the width of our beaches from north to south a year ago. The red line is where our beaches are now. All of our beaches are critical or threatened, and I should say, except for Pier Bowl and T Street. The erosion has been most severe at the south end beaches beginning at Lost Winds. Next slide, please. If you look at the dry sandy beach, the case gets even worse. At Calafia State Park, there's no usable beach at all during high tide. Wave run up goes all the way up to the stairs, and a big lake forms on the berm. Next slide, please. And there's no beach at all at the south end of the state park. The state park is next to start going. Next slide, please. So you're probably asking yourself, why is T Street not getting eroded along with the rest of our beaches? Well, here's the beach profiles done by the city's consultant. The top one is Boca del Canon, or the Lost Winds, where the volleyball nets are. And the bottom one is from T Street. And you can see the beach profile for the top one. It pretty much just goes straight down into the water. And while at T Street, it's much more gradual. Next slide, please. So if you lay the two profiles on top of each other, you can clearly see that T Street has a rocky reef offshore that most of our other beaches don't have. It's that rock that makes the waves break further offshore, reducing the impact of the waves and meaning less erosion. This is what we need to try and replicate elsewhere. Next slide, please. Using that as a very rough example, we could build a similar rocky reef based on T Street at other beaches, potentially North Beach or State Park. This would be a rock mound about 400 to 500 feet offshore, rising about 10 feet off the seafloor, and covered with about 5 feet of water at low tide. I think that we should ask our consultant to design this for us as our preferred option for the nature-based solution study. Next slide, please. In other news, North Beach is eroded down to cobble, and it needs some sand. I'm happy to say that our new coastal administrator is on top of this issue, and she has reached out to Orange County Department of Public Works to find out how we can get some sand trucked onto North Beach maybe next year. There is a significant amount of permitting involved. There's also some political issues involved with which city gets priority, and we will need to put some political pressure on our county supervisors in order to get our place in line. The details of that can be left to the Coastal Advisory Committee, which still has not yet been allowed to meet, and we at Save Our Beaches strongly recommend that they do so as soon as possible. There's no time to waste.
Thank you.
Lois McNichol.
Hi, and I'm glad we had our outreach report, I should say, because, again, it's the information that they give does not include everything. Number one, the most amount of data we receive are from the, quote, unduplicated contacts. So, what is happening with the duplicated contacts? We're not hearing anything at all about that. And as far as everybody wanting permanent housing right away, permanent housing is not just give them a house and they'll be fine. No, they want permanent housing with supportive services. So we're not talking about just give them a house or build some affordable housing here and they'll be great. No, because that's already been done in Los Angeles County. And what happened in LA County when they did that, and they said, okay, here you go, here's the house, go ahead and live there. What happened was, out of 20 people, 17 were back out on the streets in 2 months because they could not follow the rules of that particular complex. So that's one of the things that I'm not hearing is, why don't those people want to go into shelters? They don't want to go into shelters because they don't want to follow the rules that are in shelters. They don't want to follow the rules that are in temporary housing. They don't want to follow the rules anywhere. So therefore, I would like to hear why, because I'm not hearing any of that. And again, this recidivism that we're having with people who are homeless, who become homeless again, I'm not hearing that percentage out there either. Why not? And I know it's there because, as the DPS says homeless supervisor, I was responsible for those reports. And I knew that I had to be able to tell my supervisors, my managers, how many people were housed, how many people were housed and now have to be housed again because they're back out on the streets.
Thank you.
Ken, followed by Stephen Gillis.
All right. Just want to say one thing about the sand. I think Susie handled it quite well, obviously, but right now our beach is really turning into an amazing place again with the work you all have done. I'm telling you, with the Captain Jay, with Allied Security, with the Rangers, I don't know what's doing it, to be honest. I mean, we've done a lot of things, and we need to make sure we understand what is doing it, but right now it's really awesome. We're seeing families back there again. They're swinging. I mean, it's really cool. I haven't seen some of the crazy stuff I watched for 6 years happen in about 3 months now, so knock on wood, it's good. Thank you very much. Next thing we need to do is supercharge that sand effort. We get sand on that baby, and it's going to be busy. People will be back, and just wanted to emphasize that, and thank you for everything you've done to get us to the point of making sand a priority. It's pretty cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken.
Stephen Gillis.
Hello. My name is Stephen Gillis, and I'm Chief of Staff at a local tech company called ServiceMob, and I'm here to encourage the initiative of increasing the analytical capabilities of the government. I think increasing the data-led capabilities is very important, and it can strongly increase the relationship between the government and its citizens by understanding the top reasons why citizens are contacting government, and then creating a solution that helps the government identify the best possible way of resolving that issue in a timely manner. So it's about reducing contacts. So we at ServiceMob, we're a dedicated organization, and we're committed to creating actionable insights for governments so that you can be data-led. We're founded out of MIT. We're backed by Morgan Stanley, so we're a fast-growing company based in Orange County. I've been living here for the past couple decades, been coming to San Clemente for a long time, so this is something that's near and dear to my heart. And so, yeah, as we've heard here today, there's plenty of reasons why citizens would be, contacting government, and in order to ensure that relationship is maintained and strengthened over time, it's important to be capturing that data. And so what we do as a company is we help create strategies to collect that data, organize it in a way that's manageable for all of you, and so that you can look at how performance is for in how well you're delivering great service to your citizens rather, and we can I think do an amazing job for you guys. So wanted to put a face to the name. I've met a few of you here, so it's great to be with you. I appreciate the invitation to come and talk about what we do here at ServiceMob, and so just want to propose our initiative and encourage that you guys entertain our proposal. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for oral communications.
Wow, okay. All right, we have a motion. Waive in full all resolutions and ordinances. Reading involved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Anyone want to agendize an item requiring immediate action? Seeing none, move on. Closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The council met in closed session on item A, and there was no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff Communications, City Manager.
Yes, we do have a report from the Beach Parks and Recreation Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. Just wanted to share a couple of updates about some exciting events coming up in the next couple of weeks that our recreation staff have been working really closely on. First, I will I'll go over 4 events, and then I have a little update on our pickleball project as well. So coming up really soon, we have Pumpkin Splash. If you could go to the next slide, please. Pumpkin Splash is held at the Ole Hansen Beach Club. We throw pumpkins in the pool. They float. You can swim with them. We have a poolside pumpkin patch. We encourage this kind of fun swim activity. Thank you for laughing.
You're going
It's
to be
supposed
there,
funny.
buddy. I can tell.
This is recreation. This is the
Is
fun
it like
part.
swimming with the dolphins? We're swimming with the pumpkins?
Sure, at Ole Hansen. It
You're
was
going to
Ole
get your
Hansen's
pumpkin
dream, I
floaties
know
and get
it.
in there.
Now, Mayor, I should point out that October 21st is an international holiday.
International Pumpkin Day.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
We'll have a dunk tank then.
So this event is super popular. We do have a pre-registration fee. We encourage all of our residents to pre-register to secure a spot. There's 2 different time slots. All of this information is on the city's website. If you go to the calendar, the events calendar, you can find all of our events listed there. We also have a giant pool inflatable obstacle course as well that gets set up. So that's a really fun opportunity to get to the pool. And the pool is heated, so it's warm. Then, next slide, please. We have on Monday, October 23rd, the Red Ribbon Parade and National Night Out event. This is a really amazing event that the Recreation Division gets to partner with San Clemente Police Services, our friends at Orange County Sheriff's Department, Orange County Fire Authority. The U.S. Border Patrol is going to be involved this year. Harbor Patrol will be there. We kick it off celebrating being drug-free, which is such a critical message we want to push for our youth. Educate them and make them aware of that campaign. And we do that with a parade. San Clemente loves a parade, and the Red Ribbon Parade has gone on for many, many years. We have all of our local schools, our kids dress in red just to support a drug-free life. So that's how we start off. And then we land at the community center for an expo with National Night Out. We do our National Night Out in October as opposed to August when many cities do it, because that way we're able to get all of the resources there. So you'll see the SWAT team will be there. The OCSD has their drone group is there. All of those really kind of fun resources and the vehicles will all be there in full force. We'll have some live demonstrations, and we've got some other really important safety groups involved in that as well to bring awareness about community safety.
I see
That
the
event is
The
free.
sponsorship part got cut off there in your slide. Who sponsors that event?
That event is sponsored by the Friends of San Clemente Beaches Parks and
Who are they?
Recreation Foundation, the recent host of the carnival. And this is a good example of what our friends
I also have
do.
to point out that it's scheduled on the same time as the Financial Advisory Committee, where we decide how to invest the money for San Clemente. So I won't be able to make it.
Okay, we will take that.
With the pumpkins.
Take that note for next year. So that's a free event. There is no entry fee. And then we also, for folks who visit different booths, we do have an opportunity to get some free meals and things like that as well. Next slide, please. Then we head into October 28th is our second annual Monster Dash 5K and Creepy Crawl Fun Run. We've certified our 5K course this year. And again, this is sponsored by the Friends of San Clemente Beaches, Parks and Recreation Foundation. We also have a couple of local sponsors. I want to point out Ocean Estate Law, as well as Orange Theory Fitness in San Clemente. Sprouts is donating some waters and fresh produce, and then also Zebra Coffee House will be there serving coffee. This is, again, for all ages and all abilities. The Creepy Crawl starts at the community center and goes to the top of Del Mar and back down. Costumes are highly recommended, highly encouraged. In fact, there's a contest. So that takes you, the route is all the way down to the beach trail, over to North Beach. You run on ECR. It's very early in the morning. There is a little bit of traffic impact, so we want to make sure our residents are aware of that. It's intermittent traffic closures, and we get the streets open no later than 10 a.m. Most of ECR is open by about 8:30 or 9. So if there's any questions on that, our community is encouraged to contact Recreation for details. Our route and detour maps are on our website as well. And then next slide, we head into Dia de los Muertos on November 2nd. This is a first event of ours, an inaugural activity for the Day of the Dead celebration. My team's really excited to bring this to Maxburg Plaza Park area on that Thursday. We're looking at starting at 3:30. To accommodate our kids getting out from school. But we've got a really incredible lineup already scheduled. So beginning October 30th, we will have a traditional altar placed at Maxburg Park. And we're going to encourage our community members to bring photos out of their loved ones and respect to that tradition. And then we're also, during the event on November 2nd, we'll have sugar skull crafts, we will do face painting, we'll have Ballet Folklorico will be there, we'll have a Danza Azteca performance, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly, and then we'll have delicious treats that are traditional to Dia de los Muertos, and then this event is also free and open to the public as well, and it's really meant to bring the whole community out and celebrate this really important cultural holiday for everyone. And I think that's my last slide of events. Are there questions on events?
Just quick question. Is all this information being disseminated to the local schools and everyone else?
Yes. So my team works diligently with the front office staff at the schools as well as the PTAs. So it's been released in press releases. We're connecting with the schools wherever we can, and we're doing our best to get the message out, and hopefully this helps it. Anything else on events?
I just want to give a big thanks to you, Samantha, for excellent work on the carnival. Thanks for rescuing Rick. I'm just kidding. No, Rick did a great job too on the carnival.
rescued me.
Carnival
Constantly.
Colossal was a huge success, and really you were a big part of that in your team. So please pass that on to them too. I mean, to put a park and rec, a little signal on it, you hit it out of the ballpark. You really did. So thank you for all your work on that, and look forward to these events as well.
Yeah, I just want to second that. Samantha was incredible. This was 4 days of this carnival, and there was always something coming up. And she'd answer the phone on the first ring and address it. She'd send somebody out to address it right away. And it just was phenomenal how hard the staff worked. She has a couple of new staff members actually who are doing a lot of the outreach on these activities. And they're doing, Katie and Matt, they're just doing a phenomenal job of getting the word out on this. We're so lucky. I mean, we know San Clemente is a jewel, but we have a jewel of a Parks and Recs, department here. And, thank you so much.
And the dunk tank especially, and so many of us were in that dunk tank. Next year, Victor has volunteered to do it the whole time, all 5 hours.
Somebody kept the water really warm.
You get more takers if you would have put a bag of ice in that water.
Yeah, no, thank you. Well done, Samantha. Thank you.
The last update I have is for pickleball.
Okay.
We're making a lot of progress with pickleball at Steed Park. If you haven't had a chance to get up there, it looks like a lot of concrete and fencing right now, but I promise it's going to come to life. You're going to see pickleball courts in the next couple of weeks here. This is a reminder that we will not have pickleball at San Gregorio Park beginning November 7th. So we're working out our timeline. Those courts will be closed. We will have new courts open at Steed. The public is encouraged to keep an eye out for a press release and social media messaging as we get closer to, I know it's just a couple weeks away. We anticipate that there might be a single day where there's maybe no pickleball because we're transitioning between facilities. So do know that we're going to work expeditiously to get our new facility up and running. And then we will, of course, do some kind of ribbon cutting with council involved as well. To commit and open that new space for our pickleball community. Questions on pickleball?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, appreciate it. City Clerk.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. I do have 2 items that have been pulled by the public. 7D is in David and 7F is in Frank.
Any council members would like to pull any other items? All right, we will pull L as well. Okay, seeing no other items, would anyone like to move the balance?
I'll move the balance.
Second.
Motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. It passes unanimously.
Okay, the first item that was pulled was 7D. That's second reading of ordinance number 1760, amending section 12.28.030 of the municipal code regarding tents in city parks and beaches and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and that was pulled by Ken P. Ken?
Thank you for your time once again. I just want to say, I talked earlier, you guys have made some great improvements in North Beach. I'm sure that the improvements are also affecting other parts of the community, although I don't have as much exposure to that. But the security improvement, I mean, I've even seen Allied literally picking up, and it's not their job, but bags of garbage, not just like one needle, but bags of garbage as they walk around. So they're there all the time. They're looking. I've seen the new police on site walking on the beach. I mean, it's awesome. It's really working. So if we can continue to pass laws that allow folks to do their job, like our police, I don't pretend to know all the answers to all the challenges we have, but this is another ordinance that's very important that we pass. Keeps our beaches, our parks, our playgrounds, and other things the way we'd like to see them. So I hope that you will do that. And I forgot one thing. Samantha did a great playground survey for us, and that playground hopefully will be up in North Beach as well. So the place is going to be rocking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to move item D?
I'd move item 7D. Do I have to read the?
Yes, City Clerk, will you read the ordinance?
Adopt ordinance number 1760, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 12.28.030 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to tents in city parks and beaches, and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion is Corral, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Passes by unanimous consent.
Next item that was pulled by a member of the public is 7F, consideration of approving the Human Affairs Committee fiscal year 2023-24 work plan, approving a supplemental appropriation of $7,000, and determining that the work plan activities are categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And this item was pulled by Stuart Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, City Council members. I'm Stuart Anderson. As we heard tonight, 87% of our homeless would accept a shelter or a housing if they were offered that option. Sadly, only one or two of these are available in any month, so it leaves the vast majority of our homeless on the streets. Unless we can find some options to offer our homeless, they will continue to inhabit our streets. We cannot enforce our ordinances unless we have some place to give them to go because of Martin versus Boise. It is also the fiscally prudent alternative than the status quo to have some place to offer them. According to the UCI study of 2017, the cost to society for a chronically homeless person on the street per year is $100,000. This is mainly from consumption of medical care and contact with law personnel, versus $50,000 if that person were in permanent supportive housing, thus saving $50,000 per year per person. The corresponding numbers for the non-chronically homeless person are $42,000 if they're on the streets versus $9,000 per year per person if they're in rapid rehousing. So I asked the City Council to please task our city staff and our Human Affairs Committee to explore solutions for our homeless. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll just make a quick comment on that one. I'm just to notice that in that staff, oh, sorry, not in that staff report, but in here we have the addition of creating solutions to address homelessness to our Human Affairs Committee. So I'm excited to see what the Human Affairs Committee comes back with in order to address homelessness, and hopefully that can be a top priority for them.
Agreed. Hopefully we get some really positive steps from our Human Affairs Committee on that. I know we have some members out there. Yes.
I mean, I'm looking at the project number 2, which is overall homeless strategy. And I'm looking, okay, explore need for safe parking, host a forum, options to find resources for outreach workers. Is there any specific direction other than that any council member would like to add to this now to?
What page are you on?
Well, I'm just on,
the work
when you go to their actual, it's kind of sideways, weird. It's page number 3 of the actual
work plan.
Work plan, right.
Is oh,
so
no, we
well, she's the chair of the committee.
we have can you still submit a comment card at this point? Okay, no. All right.
It's okay to still
I will-
submit comment cards, but only if you want to entertain them.
I will,
You can submit a comment card if you'd like to speak on this item still. Do it after what?
You can speak now,
Speak and then
Ms.
submit a
Adone.
card, okay.
You
Yeah,
can, you can just come up and speak and then do your card.
Bring the card up and then you can drop it off afterward.
Okay, so what's the current project for overall homeless strategy on the work plan that you submitted? What does that say in it?
It doesn't say anything, because when we met as a committee and we went through the straw man work plan, the investigating safe parking and the investigating options for outreach workers to provide additional resources to folks experiencing homelessness. The committee voted on those items and unanimously voted to strike those from the work plan.
Okay.
the reason it's on there just is the city council at the last session, including you, voted to put it in their work plan.
Right, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so.
But
So
what's in
I
the work
wasn't-
plan is just a generic homelessness.
Yeah.
There's
That's
not
what I'm
specific
saying.
items.
Right.
And that's what I'm
Right.
saying. Is there any,
Asking for specifics.
yeah, I just think instead
so
of
you-
just saying work
So
on the
it's
homeless.
such a broad topic. Specificity would be fabulous,
So
because we
he-
work at your behest.
Here's what I would love to see, and hopefully I can get support from our council members on this, is that the Human Affairs Committee starts to look at what other cities are doing in our same region to address homelessness, and what are best practices that are being utilized to bring that number of homeless down in those cities. Where do we see, what strategies are working? How can we apply those to San Clemente? Does that make sense on the direction of where I'd like to see?
Yeah, because I just think it'll expedite, if we just leave it broad open, it's just going to be like a think tank for a while. I think if they have something specific to start on, it'll
Yeah.
get them
So,
going.
yeah, to bring back to council best practices that other cities are doing to address homelessness.
Fair enough. If you put it to
I would-
vote and it's added in and it passes on the work
We're
plan.
not getting into a back and forth, sorry.
Oh,
You
sorry.
can't do that. Yeah, go ahead.
I would only add that, what we've always looked at, I think we've always looked at, is a regional solution, a regional facility for the homeless. So it wouldn't necessarily be here in San Clemente, one that has the wraparound services that would include, counseling, medical, security, psychiatric, whatever you see the need as to serve that population, and what other cities are doing regionally where we might be able to tap into. And we've actually suggested in the past through letters some of these facilities that might be good locations for those homeless facilities.
Yeah, I want to add on that and agree with Councilman Cabral. You mentioned it during the homeless update at the beginning of our meeting, and that is the need for psychological assistance. And it wasn't discussed, but we've had interaction with the Be Well organization out of Irvine. They have a 150-bed facility. They're building a 350-bed, much larger facility, and they have mobile psychiatric vans staffed with psychiatric professionals that will come to our city and interact with those folks. And I think hopefully that will be also, as Councilman Cabral mentioned, the medical aspect and the psychological aspect. We have drug-induced slothfulness that is a major contributor to our homeless problem. And until that's addressed, we're not going to be solving any problems. So I just want to add to that comment that the homeless issue needs to expand to clearly in the medical area.
Okay. Yes, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would note that this agenda item is about the work plan for the Human Affairs Committee, so it might be helpful if you all discuss what you would like to change or not change about the work plan.
I think our comments deal with what needs to be included in that work plan.
So, yeah, right now, the topic on homelessness is fairly broad. And the idea here is provide some specific bullet points under that for the Human Affairs Committee to focus on. We've been pretty broad, though, on our bullet points. So I'm trying to see if we
The
can.
medical aspect is kind of specific. The mental health aspect and the treatment in that area for the homeless, I think is fairly specific.
Yeah, I think Mark's was specific, is what's best practices at other cities.
Okay, that's a specific task, all right.
Yeah, come back with best practices that other cities are utilizing to address homelessness, which can also include mental health and drug rehabilitation.
Okay, and as well as whether those cities are using a regional approach. Yeah, okay. Is that clear enough, you think, to add into the work plan?
Sure, you just need to do it with a motion.
Okay.
So I'm going to sit down now because
Yes,
we're not
thank
back
you.
and forth?
You got to fill out a card.
Sorry.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
fill
please
out the
fill out a
card. I'll
card.
do whatever
We
you
have
tell
the
me.
card for you, Lisa. You don't need to fill out a card.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
All
right.
right, so
Okay.
I'll make a
Thank you.
motion that we add to the work plan that Human Affairs Committee look at best practices of cities on how they address homelessness, to also include mental health and drug rehabilitation, as well as regional solutions.
I'll second.
Okay, motion is Enmeyer, second is Leffler. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, passes by unanimous consent.
Next item that was pulled is item 7L, and that is consideration of term sheet with Salty Turf LLC for miniature golf development at Vista Hermosa Sports Park, and that was pulled by the city manager.
Mayor and council, we are requesting a slight change to the term sheet. Rather than 3 10-year periods, we're requesting that we have 2 periods, a 20-year period followed by a 10-year period, rather than 3 10-year periods. So it's same length, different configuration, mostly so that the loan can be amortized over a longer period of time.
Can I ask a question of the city attorney? Does this at all change any of our exposure to any possible?
No.
Okay, so
Let's not discuss that.
what's that?
Let's not discuss that in open session anyway. Okay, so, no, I think you got your answer, though. Okay.
Question?
Yes, go ahead.
Question, does that 10-year extension, is that automatic or is that optional based on council discretion?
Discretion of the city council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
With that-
Any other questions of city staff? Okay. Does someone make a motion?
motion to change it?
A motion to accept the staff recommendation with the change of a 20-year term followed by a 10-year term.
So moved.
Second?
Okay.
With the clarification that the city manager.
Yeah. Okay, motion is Enmeyer, second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes by unanimous consent. We don't have any comments on it?
Okay, you ready?
No comments, correct?
No comments.
Okay. Good, thank you.
Moving on to public hearings, next item on the agenda is public hearing number 4 to receive input on draft maps and potential election sequencing for by-district elections. And I'll go ahead and tee this one off. Mayor and council, this is your 4th public hearing in a series of 6 public hearings whereby are moving to transition to by-district elections. At your last public hearing on October 3rd, council identified 3 focus maps, maps 109.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Could you please open the public hearing? Pardon me.
I thought she was just giving us a primer before, okay.
You need to open the public hearing. Thank you.
Councilmember Cabral, before item 8A.
Yeah, there's a couple items on the agenda that appear later that are really not discussion items, items related to, particularly the wireless communications. I would hate people to see. Yeah, to stick around for it if it's really not going to be a discussion item tonight, but rather being deferred to a public hearing that we're going to have. So
Change
the order of the.
You're moving to have
Item
10B and C come up before we take up 8?
Yes.
Okay.
I think with the number of people here, that maybe they're here to speak on those 2 issues, that might make sense. So
Okay.
I'd second that motion if that's a motion.
Does anyone have an objection to that? Okay. All right. Do we need a motion for that, or is that just, okay.
There was a motion and a second,
The
so you
motion
just
and
need a
second is
vote.
Cabral, second is Noblock, and it's unanimous consent.
And was that to move item 10C?
10B and C
B
to
and C.
before
Thank you. Okay.
we take up agenda item 8. Sorry, Justin. Okay.
Okay. Next item is item 10B, regulating utilities within open space zoning districts.
Do we have any comments?
We do not have any comments.
Okay, is there?
Oh,
any-
pardon me, we have one, Amanda Q. No,
This
this is
is,
B. There's 2. This is item 10B. This is regulating utilities within open space zoning districts.
Okay. And we have a
You
staff
have one
report on that,
speaker
city
card.
manager? Okay, we will hear from Jonathan first, and then we'll hear the one comment.
You may not have heard, they advanced item 10B to, and I don't know, are you doing the one on 10C? Do you know, have you seen?
Correct. I'm doing the item on
We're-
10C, pardon me.
Adam will be doing it, but I'm going to need to locate Adam.
Okay,
So is
let's
it
do
possible we
10C.
could do 10C?
Oh,
and I will
he's
find
coming
out?
in right now.
Oh, there he is. Sorry, we took a little out of order. We make them work when they're, when they're not.
Yeah, that's right. Back to the mines. Sorry, Adam. Yeah, we made that decision fairly quickly, but yeah, we are on the regulating utilities within open space zoning districts.
All right, not a problem, Mayor. Adam Matamian, Community Development Director. Tonight, I am presenting some information on how the city regulates utilities within open space zoning districts. This report is being provided at council's direction from the last meeting, looking for information about how the city's zoning regulations address utilities in open space areas. The staff report provides a good background on some of the details, but I'll quickly go through those. The city's zoning is established through the general plan, which is our overarching policy document. Those policies are implemented through the municipal code. The municipal code regulates the specific regulations applicable to particular zones in the city, and those can be either through the municipal code or through another document called a specific plan. For discussion purposes, we've provided an example using the Talega specific plan document as an example. And I will open up this map to show what this specific plan's master land use plan looks like. The light green areas are the areas of open space. And so when uses are proposed on these properties. Staff will refer to these maps, and that will inform the staff about the particular aspects of the specific plan that would relate to said proposal. As far as utilities are concerned within the Talega specific plan, the specific plan does define utilities. This definition reads, the facilities, the public utilities are the facilities of a public service corporation providing some public utility and subject to special governmental regulations, usually a protected monopoly. Typical uses shall include communication, reception, and relay facilities, transmission lines, and facilities and electrical substations. One thing to note is that private utilities are not defined in the specific plan as well as the municipal plan, the municipal code. We would take this definition against a proposal, and we would look at the principal uses that are actually permitted. And in the case of the Talega specific plan, we get additional direction on that. Under principal uses permitted, item B, item 4 is the most utilities related. And what is allowed here is infrastructure facilities and extensions necessary to serve the open space area and adjacent development areas, such as roads, utilities, and flood control improvements and fuel modifications. So there's some additional direction provided in that particular section of the specific plan. And so for utility uses, they, one, need to meet the definition of public utility use identified in the specific plan. And then 2, that utility use actually needs to comply with item 4. And so for a lot of potential utility-related development, we're going to be looking at whether that infrastructure serves the open space and whether it's necessary to serve adjacent adjacent development. And in the case of, for example, a battery energy storage system, that is not necessary to serve adjacent development, and it also does not serve the open space. And so in an application that we would see for utility-related types of uses, we are going to be using these types of codes to determine whether it meets it complies with the specific plan. So one note on this, there are provisions in the code that do allow for interpretations to be made by the Planning Commission if there's ambiguities. Staff does not see any ambiguity here, and so staff is comfortable that our existing code provides enough direction for appropriately regulating utilities and utilities-related proposals within open space areas. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you, Adam. That was very helpful. Any questions?
No, one quick question. I'm looking through the packet here, the information. You've got the Talega specific plan. You also have the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. Why is that in there?
Well, we wanted to use a couple examples. Most of the open space areas are contained within the, we'll say, the ranches, that being Rancho San Clemente, Forester Ranch, and Talega. And so we wanted to include a little bit of information from some of the other specific plans in the municipal code, just to give an overall a more full perspective of how our code is
So
regulated.
there's similar communities, and you use the information, I guess, to...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Question. This item was agendized at my request because my concern was that the public open space exemption for utilities might apply to a battery pack scenario, even though it's not a true electric generator. It's more of a well, a battery pack that collects energy at a cheap price and sells it back at a more expensive price. My concern was that while the public utilities definition includes electric distribution, they could clearly be described as an adjunct to a distribution system. And while private utility isn't defined, if I were their counsel in the future, I might say, well, if it's not specifically, private utilities aren't specifically excluded, then private utilities should be included. And my concern is, if in the future a request comes to this council or to our planning commission, would that be an appropriate time to potentially modify an ordinance, or would this be the appropriate time to modify the ordinance? In reading the staff report, I'm fairly comfortable that the staff has the ability, as you've said, Adam, to look at this and to make appropriate decisions and so forth. I guess I just wanted to air this with my colleagues and say, do we need to address this at the present time, or should we just wait to see, maybe this thing never even comes before us, like the Amazon distribution center. But in any event, I just wanted, that's why I brought it up, and those are my
Yeah.
concerns.
I mean, I would just say, let's not get in the business of solving problems that don't exist. We have enough problems that do exist. City manager.
I was just going to address this specific question. I think the way this ordinance is designed, and all zoning ordinances and specific plans are, is if it's not expressly allowed, then it's expressly prohibited. So that's the list of uses, and if it's not on there, we would say that it's a prohibited use. But that's a very good question, a very
Councilmember Cabral.
I would only add, I thank you for the report. I mean, we had a lot of concern, and I just wanted to make sure that somehow or another we explain to the public what the current state is of the law, so they have a better understanding and can deal with it and make judgments about what will be happening if it ever happens. But just a little bit of context for them to understand. So I appreciate the report. And unless there's another comment, I would move to file a report.
Public comments?
We do have
Oh, is
one
there public
comment.
Okay, let's hear public comments.
Amanda Q?
All right.
So I'm really concerned about this because when we were fighting the Amazon, it was Mayor Gene James, Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan, Councilmember Kathy Ward, and others who said that they couldn't speak about Amazon, a permit that was that Green Law Partners applied for Amazon, for an Amazon warehouse in San Clemente, and that was specific. They couldn't address it. So I'm wondering why this became a city staff issue, and I'm really concerned about it. As we know, the San Clemente spoke about a battery farm, and he specifically stated in a disclaimer that he is on the Talega HOA board, but he wasn't speaking on he was just speaking as a private resident. So my concern is also there's a petition that gained some traction at the expense of the TCA, making claims the TCA is now proposing using that land for a battery farm and or potentially could be positioning it for a permanent supportive or low-income housing versus the land by the high school. However, upon research of the TCA agendas going back several years, back to 2016, some researchers and I did not find anything to support that the TCA is proposing the battery farm. And it's my understanding that the people responsible for this petition has removed the allegation against the TCA. However, the article in the NewsHour titled "Planned Battery Storage Near Talega Raises Concerns Among Residents," there was a statement by this San Clemente resident stating that Talega officials first heard about the project in April 2023 when the TCA inquired about a permit from Talega Maintenance Corporation and Talega Associates, the area's original developer. The TCA later requested that the project be presented to the Talega board in May, but as Jonair continued researching battery storage systems in the meantime, he became increasingly concerned about the number of similar facilities that had caught fire. Fighting the TCA for years, I've never seen Mr. Rubin speak out of line, or even, this was not a TCA agenda item, so I don't know why Mr. Jonair would say that, or that he would even specify that the TCA would tell them to put this on their agenda for May. So I'm concerned about this because even the president of Talega HOA spoke at about a battery farm at the Coffee Chat on Friday a couple weeks ago, and he said that he stated this is like fighting the toll road, but he never fought against the toll road with us. So I'm really concerned about that. So my concern is, why didn't the Talega HOA attorney handle this matter on their own? Why did city staff have to be used to address this issue? And so I understand the concerns regarding the risk of fires, health, and the environment, but why was this not handled between the Talega HOA board?
Thank you for your comments. Okay, anybody would like to move the item or take any other action?
If there's no other comments?
No further
Move
comments.
the item.
Receive and file.
Receive and file.
Second.
Okay, motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously.
Next item on the agenda, item 10C, wireless communications facility located at 616 Del Dios.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jonathan Lightfoot, City Planner with staff, presenting on this item. Likewise, this was an item that was directed by the council to return with an update. So we have some information for you regarding this application. So the city received a building permit application for a wireless communication facility co-location in Rancho San Clemente. There is a tower currently at this site, originally permitted by the county. Co-locations are reviewed against FCC guidelines, federal guidelines pursuant to Section 6409A of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act. This is a quick snip from the staff report directly, but I'll read this portion. The city lacks discretion with respect to co-location requests if it meets applicable requirements. Federal regulations severely limit a local agency's ability to regulate such facilities. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 expressly prohibits state or local regulations that have the effect of prohibiting the ability of any entity to provide any interstate or intrastate telecommunications service. And this has been interpreted very broadly through case law to extremely limit local authority. That being said, the direction that the council had given was to communicate with the community or provide an opportunity for that. Originally, that was going to be tomorrow, and that's what was referenced in the staff report. I do want to be clear that we received or communicated with a number of neighbors and others that were interested in this topic. And due to their request, this is going to be pushed back to November 8th. So there's more time, and that time frame has been communicated to all of the prior public speakers and others that are engaged and interested in this topic. So November 8th at 6:30, there will be an opportunity for a joint study session with the Planning Commission and City Council. And so at that time, there will be opportunity for public comment at the meeting, as well as a more comprehensive review of how permitting generally for telecommunications facilities occur in the city. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any comments?
Yes, we have 11 speakers. So I will.
I'll just give this primer. Of course, you're more than welcome to speak. However, there won't be an in-depth discussion by the City Council on this topic. We will be directing that discussion to the November 8th meeting with the Joint Planning Commission. So if you want to make a comment, feel free to do it, but it's probably going to be more effective if you comment or participate on November 8th. Just putting that out there. So if you'd like to make a comment, though, please, more than welcome.
I will read the first three speakers. Michelle Wilson, followed by David Armstrong, followed by Amanda Q. Michelle? Michelle Wilson is first.
Good evening. I just wanted to comment, of course, on this proposed cell tower from a standpoint of a real estate agent. So I live in the community as well. I'm on the board for Harbor Ridge and Harbor View, but I also sell a lot of homes in Rancho San Clemente, and the effect of the tower is definitely there on home values. So in recent years, I've sold properties that are close to the tower, one that was directly below the tower at 938 Rio Lindo. This home was sold during the peak of the COVID real estate times when homes were selling well over asking price. And this home had the tower right above it, I mean, just directly above it. The saving grace was we could say that it's a defunct tower and it's just something that's a bit of an eyesore. But even at that, that home took a hit on market value. So we put it up on the market, and at that same time, homes in the surrounding areas that I was selling would sell for $100,000 easily over list price. Sounds interesting, but this one sold for $40,000 over the list price. We ended up with far less offers than we would have had the tower not have been there. And I've had similar experiences with another home down the street that also sold during that time, and we would have kickback from people who did not like to even see the tower, let alone if it had any active activity on it. So from purely a standpoint of real estate and values in the neighborhood, having the tower reactivated with some type of service will definitely cut out a piece of the buyer pie, which will in turn affect values in the neighborhood. So we are very much against the possibility of this coming to action, and we would prefer very much for the entire tower to be removed, but at the very least for it to stay defunct. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
David Armstrong, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Courtney Morrow.
Good evening, and thanks for city manager for postponing our hearing till the 8th of November. We have a lot of interested parties. My concern is twofold. One, the speed that this has actually happened, the building, this process is taken, and the lack of clarity around it. So I'm going to ask a few questions. Obviously, we can table those for next month if we need to, but I'll start with the lack of clarity around the environmental review, first off. It states in the informational report that both the state and federal process will be linked, and there's no mention to any PA federal application at all. So that's one of my first comments. We can discuss that obviously next month. Aesthetically and visually with the tower, as a resident who's very concerned and against this, there's a mention to basically should not defeat the concealment elements in this existing facility. So there are no concealment attempts at all in this tower. If you've seen the tower, there's nothing there. So one would suggest that if this law assumes a modern tower design, one with concealment design features, that should be reviewed. And is that happening, City Council? That's one of my questions as well. A simple question, which is still very vague, is in regards to the American Tower contract and the CUP originally back in 1962. So that was originally issued to AT&T as a microwave relay station under an architectural and agricultural district A1. That was basically a microwave tracking system. And recently, on July 6th of 2023, this actual voluntary compliance agreement stated that this is now going to be a communications facility. So I'd like some more clarity on that as well. Obviously, back in 1962, there was a lot less residents and houses, et cetera. So there's some confusion there as well with myself and fellow residents. Also in that same agreement on July 6th, there's a mention of the right to demand a third-party testing firm independent of American Tower. So my question for you is that going to happen? Are we going to do that as well? That's a big question for the residents that are concerned. And obviously that's in regards to following the FCC RF admissions standards. So that's something we want to look into for sure. And lastly, there's a mention of battery-powered interest in Talega. Interrelated to that, in regards to Rancho San Clemente, when you're getting the application submissions from AT&T, Dish Network, et cetera.
Sorry, sir, I have to cut you off there. Only 3 minutes
I'll add
per
some more
person.
questions as we come.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just to make note for you and others, we won't be answering questions, right? But the
Understood.
point, the time to answer questions will be at the November 8th joint study session.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Amanda Q, followed by Courtney Morrow.
Just a quick comment is that I was going to be following Bonnie Barnes, and I think she had written that on her, it's a two-part, part one and part B.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, but I will say that Vonnie is about 5 cards beneath yours, so I take them in the order received, so you,
That's why I ran up.
yeah, okay.
She ran up.
Okay, great.
Okay, so,
So we have slides.
Defer until Amanda's
We have 14
spot or
slides.
Right, that's-
Does it make a difference?
okay.
There you go.
Let's let her put the slides up first. We have 14 slides. Okay. Honorable Mayor, Council, City Manager, I'm Vonnie Barnes, RSCCA Board President, 14 HOAs. American Tower appears to be non-compliant with the 1962 conditional use permit that indicates access is to be a 2-mile private road from the San Clemente Reservoir. Instead, American Tower gets to the site from Del Dios, a cul-de-sac built in 1990s owned by Harborview Estates. Without permission, big rigs for dumpsters, cherry pickers, and backhoes have been parking there for weeks. The vehicles drive to the site over Harborview lots K&J and property owned by RSCCA in the business park. To date, American Tower has not provided any recorded easements allowing this access. Slide 2, please. There also appears to be a violation of Ordinance 1690, which prohibits towers to be within 500 feet of homes. Google's average distance from the tower to 16 homes is 377 feet. Next slide, please. The drone also shows the tower's proximity to the homes, and in violation for 61 years, the tower has loomed over the community at a height of 138 feet. Twice the permitted height. The tower was reduced this month to the permitted height of 70 feet. Also, the pole tower in the front, shown here, appears to be within 300 feet of the tower, which is also prohibited in Ordinance 1690. Next slide, please. Although American Tower has been notified twice to maintain the 100-foot fire zone around the tower, American Tower has never complied. This is 4291A State Code. Next slide, please. This is the 100-foot fire zone area during the drought. Just one spark from a cigarette, e-bike, or dirt bike could cause a massive fire. Next slide, please. When we have rain, brush is over 20 feet high. The 218 Ridgeline fire started when a Mylar balloon drifted into a power line and sparked a fire in the brush below. Next slide. The 214 fire was caused during artillery practice like they're doing now at Camp Pendleton. Helicopters are currently firing into the open space just south of Rancho San Clemente. American Towers has also been non-compliant with all 3 of the permit's conditions of approval. Amanda Q will cover those for you next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. One of the 3 conditions of approval was to secure a chain link fence around the tower. The old fence is falling apart and is badly rusted. It is easy to make holes or go under the fence to get inside and climb up the tower ladders to smoke grass, weed, or pot, or drink alcohol on tower platforms. The platforms are where American Tower wants to install a 3-dish antenna. Next slide, please. The tower has been an attractive nuisance for decades as access is so easy. The brush is also dangerously high in the field modification zone, and the brush is over 20 feet in height in the defensible field mod zone. Next slide, please. Easy access also makes it easy to vandalize the building with graffiti. Next slide, please. Here are some kids riding on e-bikes through the lot in recent construction zone. A popular dirt bike runway goes right through the tower property. This picture was taken September 23rd, and if you could see that there's an attractive nuisance deployed, there's a deployed cherry picker, and I don't think that's safe. Next slide, please. The access road does not seem to have been maintained for 61 years, as it appears to have been damaged from heavy construction vehicles driving to and from the tower. I wonder if Measure M2 funds could have helped that. Next slide, please. The north and east side of the fenced-in area is not covered with crushed rock and does not appear to have been maintained. Next slide, please. This is an alternate site for Dish Cellular further south on the ridgeline on city property at 721 Avenida Salvador. Macros and cell antennas are already established here, and vendors such as Verizon have easement agreements with the city for access to the site. And this concludes our power presentation. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Courtney Morrow, followed by Andrew Morrow, followed by Michelle Wilson.
Good evening. I'm here to speak in opposition of reactivating the American Tower located in RSC. I live 300 feet from that tower. The tower owner, American Tower, is relying on a CUP from 1962, originally issued by the County of Orange. This CUP is irrelevant, and the city is negligent in agreeing to uphold this conditional use permit for a use in technology unforeseen at the time. The city should have done their due diligence and never entered into a voluntary agreement with American Tower, having held the position for years that this particular site would require a new CUP. I want to know what changed, and I want answers. I will not allow the city to claim that their hands are tied by the FCC mandate. You know what the FCC doesn't preempt? Major construction along our ridgeline to bring an illegally overbuilt tower into compliance. Why did the city issue a building permit to allow them to destack the tower in the first place? If the tower had remained at its 138 feet height, it would have remained non-conforming, and thus no cell tower application would be approved. American Tower illegally overbuilt that tower from a max height of 70 feet to 138 feet. I recognize it could have been AT&T, but they bought that tower. And yet the city cleared the path to make that right so American Tower could add cell towers to line their pockets after 30 years of it being deactivated and abandoned. I want to know why this was done. Why would the planning department put in writing that this site had never been an approved cell site and had denied applications for a cell tower year after year after year? The original 1962 CUP with the County of Orange was for an A1 general agricultural zoned land. Not only has the zoning and land use drastically changed since its incorporation within the city limits, but this CUP predates CEQA and NEPA laws. The city had held the position that new cellular antennas at this location would require a new CUP and would be subject to review under these important environmental assessments, as the current zoning has since drastically changed. We demand our city council to represent the interests of the residents of San Clemente and not the financial benefit for Telcom and American Tower's beneficiaries over the health, safety, and the well-being of the residents directly affected by this decision. I want my questions answered. And I ask my elected officials to demand these answers from the city staff and the city attorney. If it meets applicable requirements, that's what you had put in your 10B. But guess what? They wouldn't have been able to meet applicable requirements because they were already non-conforming with the height of that tower. You guys allowed them to destack it. And now you're going to say that your hands are tied because of FCC. That would have never been an issue had that building permit never been issued to American Tower to lower that tower. And it would have remained non-conforming, and applications would have continued to be denied for that non-conforming tower. Why did this change?
Thank you.
Andrew Morrow, followed by Lisa Bothwell, followed by Lindy O'Toole.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again for everyone's participation in the carnival and the dunk tank. It was glad you guys survived. I don't want to reiterate too much the points my wife just made, and I think the illustrations and the PowerPoint and the visuals were really powerful, and I think summarize a lot of the concerns that the public has that need to be addressed. I'm not a land use attorney, but I am a commercial real estate broker, so I deal a lot with CUPs and conditional use permits. I understand the code. We look at these maps all the time, and I think I really need to understand what changed, like Courtney said. Not only the land use that was, the CUP was granted originally, it came from the county, not the city. I want to understand how the proposed use falls into a conforming use, given the broad definitions. If it's not specifically named, as Andy said earlier, I think we assume it's specifically not conforming and requires a CUP. So that stance that the city has taken, that we have in writing from the city, that this site would require CUP, was just disregarded, and I think we need to understand why. And hopefully we can have that conversation in the meeting next month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Bothwell, followed by Lindy O'Toole, followed by Mike Blackwell.
Evening, all. I had tons of notes here, but my neighbors could not have said it better. What did stand out to me in this meeting was the Parks and Rec portion of it, how we are such a family-oriented community. My kids have participated in Red Ribbon Week. They've done Fun Run. We were at the parade cheering on, everyone. We've always been a part of this huge community, and it bothers me that the city is not taking into consideration when approving all of this, the children and the citizens of San Clemente. That's all I have to say. My neighbor said it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindy O'Toole, followed by Mike Blackwell, followed by Christy Newhausen.
Hi, thank you, City Council and staff. I would agree that my neighbors have said it better. I live at 612 Del Dios. I didn't know that there was a 616. I didn't know it was part of the neighborhood because I actually am at the end of the cul-de-sac across from Courtney. And that public area that you saw on Bonnie's maps, and that's the area that is between me. It's 150 feet. So I am probably literally the closest property to that property there. When that fire happened a few years ago, for 2 nights, the fire department was parked outside of my house. And I offered them food, I offered them drinks, I offered them to use my facilities. I helped inform my neighborhood of how to keep our neighborhood safe. For 25 years, I was married to a fireman. I still have a fire hose in case I need it. I would not know how to do it, but somebody could probably help me figure it out. It is an extreme concern of mine. So many other people have talked about all of the things that really affect us. But honestly, this feels like something has happened underneath our noses, and it's time to repair that and to repair our faith in our city, the council and the staff, because something has happened, something's changed, something that never should have happened, and we don't want just a community meeting. We want a public hearing, and we want to know how this can be fixed and repaired before this is out of your hands. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Duncan, members of the council, staff. My name is Mike Blackwell. I'm a resident here in San Clemente. Well, when I took a look at staff report, as I do as much as I can, didn't look like a problem to me. It's a cell site. We all need wireless service. It's important. When I looked a little closer at it, I realized that it's that big tower up on the hill that I was wondered about and why there weren't any antennas on it. Looking at staff's report, it's well done, but it's missing a lot of information. It's missing the history of the site. We've got a copy of the CUP in the report. It's 1 page. It's barely legible. There are no conditions of approval within it. There's no mention of a building permit. That just wasn't available. I did put in a request with the county to see if I can get hold of that stuff, but don't have it here now. This tower was sold to ATC, which is a vertical real estate company. This is not an FCC licensee. AT&T is an FCC licensee that is subject to the provisions of the Middle Class Tax Relief Act, which is also mentioned in the report. Those provisions, I think it's safe to say, would not be fairly applied to any other new carrier as a co-locator. That's a legal term for in the wireless world, for co-location of a new carrier on an existing use for wireless telecommunications, which we don't have here. I think it's also safe to say that when AT&T left, they abandoned their site, they sold it. It's no longer an FCC use. It's no longer a communication tower, it's just a tower. It's a structure like a building, like a street sign. It's no different. So the privileges that are contained within the FCC rules shouldn't apply here, really. Even though the CUP, that one page, does mention a licensed service provider. So please consider that. And I'm really here neutrally, but I'm opposed to this in a way that makes me feel uncomfortable, as if it's sneaking through. It's an illegal non-conforming. In the planning world, those are two bad things. If you're the operator and you're illegal non-conforming, hey, good for you. But if you're illegal, then shame on you, and you're non-conforming. This is crazy. The county standards right now would not allow this thing. In fact, the county is considering going back, good luck to the county, but they're trying to ask the wireless carriers that are above the height limits to lower their towers to become conforming, which that'll be the day when that happens. But, I mean, there's energy there. So right now, today's standards, if it was still managed by the County of Orange, this would not be approved. No way, not like this. I implore you to consider tabling this and bring it back again for more discussion.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
Final speaker is Christy Newhausen.
Good evening. I am here as a neighbor and concerned citizen who stands in opposition of the city's derelict action of agreeing to uphold an outdated CUP from 1962, originally signed with the County of Orange. The city should have never entered into a voluntary agreement with American Tower. A cell tower at this location would be a change in use from its original zoning of A1 general agriculture land and require a new CUP to properly assess the new use under CEQA and NEPA. The CUP predates those monumental environmental assessments, and the current zoning has since drastically changed. Other cities have decided to include their citizens in the process and have listened to subject matter experts to demand environmental reviews. Staff never even tried it. If other cities can, so can St. Clemente. Covering the tower, making it blend in with palm trees, will not take away the danger of the high radio frequency emissions that it gives off. Just take the tower down altogether. That's the best solution, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's our final speaker. Okay. Yes. And just to make the point, we certainly are responsive to your concerns. That's why we're doing the unusual step of scheduling this town hall with the Planning Commission and City Council and staff to address all these concerns. So please just want you to know we are being very responsive and receptive to all of these concerns. Thank you.
Unless there are any questions, I move that we receive and file the administrative report.
Okay. Motion is Noblock. Second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay, back to item 8.
Item 8A, okay, this is, again, I'll just start over. Public hearing number 4, to receive input on draft maps and potential election sequencing by district elections.
Wait. Actually, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay. We will return. Let's return at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, everybody, let's take our seats. We'll get moving here on the meeting again, so this young man can get to bed tonight on a school night. Yeah, this young man here and any young folks that are out there in the crowd. But yes, so we will move on now to, again, item 8, public hearing, city clerk.
Okay.
What is this item about?
This is public hearing number 4 to receive input on draft maps and potential election sequencing for by-district elections.
Okay, and I will open the public hearing.
Okay, and I will tee us off on this one. Mayor and council, this is your 4th public hearing in a series of public hearings in the process to move to by-district elections. At your last public hearing on October 3rd, you considered a series of maps, and you asked our consultant, Dr. Levitt, to narrow down, you identified 3 maps to consider as focus maps, maps 109, 111, and 112. Dr. Levitt has done that. We've been presented with some new maps this evening, 114 through 119, and from there, all of that information is in your agenda packet, and I will turn it over to Dr. Levitt to move us forward from here.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, all right. Good evening, Mayor Duncan, members of the council, and members of the community. My name is Dr. Justin Levitt with National Demographics, and it is a pleasure to be here tonight. Tonight is our 4th and 5th public hearings. 4th public hearing, the first one, is to choose the draft map itself in the sequence of elections. That will be then inserted into the ordinance that is the subject of the 5th public hearing. So just the time-wise, we do have 2 public hearings tonight, but you'll only hear from me mainly at this 4th one, and then we'll turn it over to the city staff to really talk a little bit more about the ordinance, but that'll simply be the language adopting the district elections of the map you choose. As a reminder, this is a process that was spurred by a demand letter, and we have complied within the 90 days in meeting all the requirements of the CVRA's timeline set out in the California Voting Rights Act. Our maps have been evaluated by the districting rules and goals. In particular, I'll come back to a couple of these, particularly the equal population criteria as we look at some of the new draft maps that we received. We believe that all of them meet the objective legal requirements, other than the ones we have designated as not being population balanced. The other maps all do meet that requirement, as well as meeting the contiguity requirement. And where the debate really needs to focus, as we have throughout the entire process, is on that communities of interest and neighborhoods, and which map serves the community best in terms of most effectively, fairly, and effectively representing the different communities and neighborhoods throughout the city. As a reminder, draft maps have also been available online, where we have an interactive web viewer, which we will put up later during our discussion to really zoom into the details, see the streets, neighborhoods. We also have added some of the other areas, such as the specific plan areas from the city's planning department to look at on the interactive review map. As a reminder, we started with our 3 focus maps, maps 109, 111, and 112. Several of the things that these maps did are starting points for our conversation today. However, based on council requests, you're going to see some modifications. The numbering, however, we're just going to continue to number based on the order we received them from the community. So maps 114, 15, and so on. Those are maps that were received either during that window between the posting for the first hearing and second hearing, before we had a chance to review the maps at our last hearing. So we did receive 2 additional 5-district maps, one of which was received before public hearing 1, but within the window that we needed to post by. And map 115 is the map that we saw the presentation on at the last hearing. As a note, neither of these 2 maps are population balanced. Map 115 is about 47% deviation. It's difference in population between the largest and smallest, with that district in purple being about 40% underpopulated in particular. And so these two maps do not meet that population requirement. That being said, we did receive several population balance maps. Maps 114 and 117 were both submitted by residents of our community. Map 114 meets, all 4 districts meet at a point. I know that's on Pico. I believe it's just slightly across from Interstate 5. And all 4 districts meet at that one point. Map 117, this is, I think, one that definitely took inspiration from our discussion at our last meeting. It has the alignment along the coast that we discussed at our last meeting, where we kind of use the pier to separate the 2 districts. We take the coastal district northward. And then District 2 in pink kind of includes all of the Rancho San Clemente area, as well as extending kind of northward along the freeway. And then Talega is with the very eastern end of the neighborhoods directly to the west. So this is one option for kind of looking at some of the requests you made at the last meeting. NDC also put together 2 maps as well. Map 118 takes more inspiration from map 112 and really continues that idea of 2 districts that kind of go along the freeway, extend along the freeway southward. However, in order to keep the population balance, and as you see on map 119, in order to keep the district slightly more compact, what we've done, and to avoid dividing some of those communities right along the freeway there, what we've done in map 118 is taken District 3 in green to Interstate 5. So unlike map 119 or map 117, that district along the coast does not cross Interstate 5. These are some of the trade-offs that we talk about. If you'll see, all 3 of these maps, 117, 118, and 119, have a pretty much identical District 1 in the north that includes Talega and goes east and goes westward from there, not south into the Rancho San Clemente area. All 3 of these maps do try to keep as much of that Rancho San Clemente area together as possible. And all 3 of these maps have some division of the Pier Bowl area. 2 of them right at the pier, and then map 118 is slightly just south of the pier. And so these are some different, those are the options that we came up with based on the requests at the last hearing. In terms of our sequence of elections, as part of...
Can you go back to those maps just a bit? Why in the 2 maps that you drew up as our consultant, why in both of those maps did you include, it looks like it's fairly identical in terms of that District 1 going over into the Forester Ranch area,
Right.
and not down into Rancho San Clemente?
Right. Well, that was the direction we received at the last hearing, that we had map 109 that did that. And one of the requests made by council was to link that to Forester Ranch rather than Rancho San Clemente.
Okay.
And so that was my understanding of your request at the last hearing.
Okay, so that was the reason that you did that?
Yes.
Okay.
If there was a different request, then I would be happy to draw additional maps, but that was the request that as I understood it.
Okay.
At the last hearing. And so, as you see also in map 117, which the submitter also said was based on council comments at this hearing, he also does something very similar to this, in keeping Talega and Rancho San Clemente in 2 separate districts.
Okay.
And so that was our starting point, actually, was to try to, start with 109, move Rancho San Clemente out of it, take it into Forester Ranch, and then see what the changes are based on that.
Okay, thank you.
And that's where we came up with these 2 options, and 117 is also another way of doing it. We didn't just want to replicate what a community member had done already. In terms of our sequence of elections, as we discussed last time, a map will need to have which districts will hold election in which year. And so with a decision of 4 districts plus a mayor, what this means is that 2 districts will have to be placed up for election in 2024, 2 in 2026, and the mayors, as on the ongoing basis, will be start in 2026 as well. This is to ensure that we always have 5 council members on the council at all times. As a reminder, council members' terms are not impacted by the switch to districts. If you were elected for at-large, you continue to serve on the council at large until the natural end of that term. The district comes into existence, if you will, when it holds its first election. So that'll be 2024 for 2 of the seats and 2026 for the other 2. This will also be your discretion to choose. We have a suggested listing in our memo based on our conversation at the last hearing, but the ultimate decision will be something that is part of the motion you make to select the final map. And so with that, I'm happy to address any additional questions and turn it over for discussion.
Any questions first for Justin? Okay, let's have discussion. Wait, do we have any comments? Okay.
Public comment.
Amanda Q, followed by Vonnie Barnes, followed by Louise Herbert.
I have a PowerPoint presentation, just a quick one. Okay, next slide, please. At the last city council meeting, I gave a presentation from fellow San Clemente residents, Vonnie and Tom Barnes, and that map, that map and other maps were submitted, and they were going to be reviewed. So I'm not seeing that map, so I'm kind of trying to understand why that wasn't. So it would have been fair to study all maps and that were submitted by the San Clemente residents. The closest map that comes to it is map 115, but 115 is not population balanced. At the slide, you could see that all the populations are there and they do meet the criteria, and it is balanced. Next slide, please. So this is the map of 115 that's very similar, and it says why isn't this population balanced? But Vonnie and Tom's map was balanced, but it wasn't reviewed by the consultant. So I understand that they decided to go with map 109. However, all maps should have been evaluated. And when listening to the consultant, he said that map 118 and 119, he's talked about maps 118 and 119, but it cuts up Rancho San Clemente. So I'm really concerned about that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Vonnie Barnes, followed by Louise Herbert, followed by Aaron Washington.
Okay. I'm Vonnie Barnes, RCCA Board President. The new maps shown today do cut right through RCCA. It cuts our 14 HOAs right in half, so I don't like those new suggestions. But we endorse the district map 109 since the council prefers the 4 districts, as they said last session. And if we have to choose, that would be the one. The HOAs operate and are subject to governing documents and authorities, covenants, conditions, restrictions, as well as the Davis-Sterling Act. HOA members pay for their own roads, irrigation, urban forestry, defensible fire zones, recreation centers, slope failures, infrastructures, and many other items. Non-HOAs are not subject to the same constraints and obligations. Combining Talega and RCCA HOAs, Forster and Marblehead HOAs, and creating boundaries for the coastal, mostly non-HOA areas in map 109 is the preference that we endorse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louise Herbert, followed by Aaron Washington.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Louise Herbert, a 40-plus year resident of San Clemente. I reviewed quite a few of the maps and have been following it for the past weeks. And in looking at the maps that are the focus, the three that were listed on your website with focused on it, the map that I feel that serves our community best is map 111. It has natural cuts along Pico and La Pata. I think it weights the community well, both in demographics and voter demographics, participation within the community, and the numbers are within a few changes here and there that are almost minute. I think that including the area in District 3 on map 111 that is not including below the 5 or west of the 5 as it is on 12 and 18 and 19 could be revised a bit to be inclusive in District 3 versus District 1 on the west side of the 5. But I think the natural cuts with La Pata and Pico help to keep the communities separate because those are main thoroughfares that would not be splitting neighborhoods per se. So my first choice, with my humble opinion, is map number 111. And if I had to choose a second one, it would be map 118. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. Thank you for everything you're doing. I didn't come here tonight to speak, but I got motivated when I got here. First of all, I question the demographics. I don't think African American make 1%. Basic math, I don't think you round up after 0.03 or something like that, but I get it, 1%. I personally didn't submit a map because I think it's a conflict of interest, because you know I'm running. So Donna, Zinwu, all of you out there, I don't think we should be submitting because I personally could not submit a map where I wouldn't try to gauge it, where I wouldn't be competing with Cabral, it's no block. I wouldn't want to compete with you, so I did not submit a map. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not against it, but I do understand why you have to do it. So, hey, I'm in it, I'm here, and however the chips fall, I'm all about it. But I just wanted to say that, I don't support it. I don't know why somebody brought this up, but I understand the lawsuit potential that you guys are dealing with, and I'm just waiting for the outcome. So thank you for all the hard work you're doing on it.
Thank you.
Shelley Moore?
I don't know, I'm here 17, 18, 19, fine. I just don't want us to be put in with, or Rancho San Clemente in with Talega. There are so many people, will never have a voice. And let's be honest, when you're running for city council, like anything you run for, you're gonna go where the most votes are. You're gonna be in Talega because that's where the most amount of people are. We're just gonna get ignored in Rancho San Clemente. If we go with these other communities in probably of any of the other maps, that sounds good. I wanna be with other other areas that actually say they're from San Clemente. They don't say, oh, I'm from Talega. And unfortunately, that's how most of Talega is. You ask anyone, oh, I'm in Talega. I want to be with people who say San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No further comments.
Before I close the public hearing, we get into discussion, is there any other questions for Justin? Because we need to have those addressed now. Any questions from any of the comments that came up or anything?
Sorry, just one question here. In terms of demographic differences, especially with our Latino population, did you see any difference between, major differences between map 111, map 109, map 118, 119? Did you see any major differences in our Latino populations?
So the short answer to that question is no. We've looked at all the maps from a voting rights standpoint. of course, given that the Latino population is relatively small overall, most of the maps have a district that is slightly higher. It's the district that will include most of the coastal area. It will not be, it will always be around, at least given the current numbers, it is always around, it's a slightly higher percentage, maybe 12% by voters or registered to vote registration. It's about 20% by total population. And so there'll always be one district. Generally, it's District 3, depending on the numbers, but it's always that same seat.
Thank you.
I'll follow up on that. Is there one district, those three that were mentioned, that has a greater Hispanic voting population?
So I mean, I clarify, it is District 3 on most of the maps.
Okay,
It
what
is the
about
coastal.
between maps 109, 111, and the others that were discussed?
So it's always the same. Most of the maps, the district looks fairly similar.
Exactly the same? I'm actually asking for, I mean, is there one that's greater than another one?
I would
Or
say statistically, they're all within the same margin of error. And I-
Number-wise, they're the same too, then?
Within, yes.
Okay.
So, wait, you said something of, is there one district that is more inclusive of Hispanic?
I don't think any of the maps are the best, better than any other map in terms of the Voting Rights Act, no. I was saying that there
I
there
wasn't
is.
asking about voting rights, I'm just asking in terms of numbers.
Numbers.
Yeah. So
what you're saying is District 3, District 2 has about the same percentage of Hispanics as District 3, as does District 1, as does
I'm
District
saying that
4.
in each map, there's the same district along the coast that has a slightly higher percentage of Latinos than the three other districts on the map.
And that's District 3 that
That's
you're talking
generally
about.
numbered District 3.
Okay.
And that's, and it's the same or very similar aligned or shape on every map.
So basically, the demographic from, say, map 109 to 111 or 118 in that District 3 is within like a small difference of percentage.
Yes.
That is,
And yes, because census data isn't perfect, and that's where we get all of our data from. The state of California has a database where they publish the data set that we have to use when we draw districts. And so that's the data set that we started from. And there is a margin of error in it because the census is not perfect. And particularly when we look at that citizen voting age or eligible voter population, we know it's an estimate. We know that they only sample a portion of the population and then extrapolate from there. And it's always about 12%. It's always about, and we can see that in the registration and turnout numbers where we see very similar numbers to that. And it gives us confidence that that is the correct number, but there is some margin of error.
thank you.
Okay. Question about the issue of splitting Rancho San Clemente. I guess I'm a little confused. I thought you'd said before that 118 and 118 and 119 that you had worked to not split.
Let's pull
Rancho
up the interactive web viewer.
Yeah.
Because we were given the specific plans from the city. That's the second layer from the top.
Oh, specific.
And we looked, and so this is what the city has as the Rancho San Clemente specific plan area.
Okay.
In blue, or they're all in blue, but like the area that's kind of along the eastern area of the city, south of Talega.
Right.
This is the specific plan area.
Okay.
If we put up map 118 or 119, either one, we've kept that whole area in a single
Okay, so
district.
118 keeps Rancho San Clemente together. How about 119?
Yes, it does as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Justin? This is your chance, because I don't want to have to reopen the public hearing. Right.
And I will say, we did draw in all the maps we received. The Barnes map is 115, as close as we could get it to the block lines. There were places where they had just drawn straight lines where there were no straight lines in the census data that we were using. But we did it as close as we could get to those lines.
Okay.
And so that became map 115.
Okay. All right. Last chance here. Any pressing questions for Justin? No? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we will discuss. Anyone want to start?
Well, I'll start. Since our first review, I've liked map 109. I think it does a good job of keeping the associations together. They're not carved apart. And
Mike.
thank you. Sorry about that. I've said my first preference from day one on this has been map either 104 or 109, preferably 109, which is kind of the focal point of this meeting. I just think it makes sense. It's a clean map. It keeps the population numbers consistent. The homeowner associations are not divided, and I think that Rancho San Clemente has a lot more in the Talega area geographically than San Salvador area, being segregated, is cut off by a major valley and hill. So I just think map 109 looks good, and I'm prepared to support map 109.
Respectfully, I appreciate what you said, but I respectfully, sorry. I respect what you said, but I also respectfully disagree. The Rancho San Clemente area, it's an entirely different area code. And it's 92672, Talega's 92673. They are very different in terms of how they view those communities. Rancho San Clemente, I mean, was built in the 1980s. Talega was built in the 2000s. And in terms of the idea of having an HOA, there's other HOAs in District 4. There's Cypress Shores, there's Cypress Cove. So that argument of hey, we are only part of this one HOA and HOA should stick together, I don't really see that. And then the other aspect that I have trouble with is this support that Rancho San Clemente Association said that they support 109. I live in Rancho San Clemente. I never saw anything that asked for an opinion on that. I have lots of friends on the boards, on the different HOAs of Rancho San Clemente, and I did not see they didn't see any request for this at all. So that is a concern of mine there. Now, that being said, I think either map 111 or map 118 work really well to create the communities that represent San Clemente in the traditional sense of how we look at those communities.
And why is that?
Well, okay, map 111 first. It creates the section 4 there creates that is what you might deem old school San Clemente. It has very similar characteristics. It has a similar demographic. District 2 in both map 118 and 111 create, Talega as well as the Forester Ranch area combining together in that newer district, newer areas that have been built in the last 20 years. The differences that I see really between map 111 and map 118 are that coastal zone in section 1 is put onto the west side of the 5 in map 111, and then that area is added to section 3 in map 118. In my view, 111 works better with that in terms of creating the demographics. The community that's right on the west side of the 5 that's just to the north has a lot more similarities to the rest of Camino de los Mares area in terms of demographics, culture, other things, than I would say on section 3 of map 118. That being said, I'd be happy with map 118 or map 111.
Okay. Anybody else?
Want to go?
It's your turn. Rick, turn your mic on. Perfect.
Turn my mic on. Okay, this is really, really tough. I mean, it really is. And it's interesting, I listened to two guys that live a few blocks from each other, and they have different opinions, and that's the way it's going to be. I want to go back to the fact that, we've looked at maps and you have some gut feelings. We also had some criteria that we were supposed to follow when we looked at these maps, and that I went back to. And the number one criteria was community, geographic, integrity. That was the number one. Full disclosure, I lived in Rancho San Clemente for 17 years. My house wasn't built in the 80s. It was built in, I think, completed in 1997. So I guess it went in stages. So there are some newer houses there. When I moved in, and yes, we make the jokes about I don't live in San Clemente, I live in Talega. And that's going to continue always, and we're going to make a joke about it. But the fact is, I shopped at the same place that the community Talega people shopped at. You go to Lowe's, you go to Albertsons. I went up to Ralph's. We use the same park. The Vista Hermosa Sports Park is part of that community. I just always thought of them as similar communities and a large HOAs. Talega certainly larger, but I just always thought of those as being similar to the newer parts of San Clemente. Then the second. What we want to look at is, and also the like communities. Now I live close to the coast, and I can hear the waves at night. That's different than when I lived at Rancho San Clemente. And taking map 118 and going all the way down to Cypress Shores, I think the people in Cypress Shores would say, we live in Cypress Shores, and they would see a difference between Rancho San Clemente. And then geographically, also, map 118, I look, if you live at all the way the top tip up there in Vista Hermosa, all the way down to the bottom tip in Cypress Shores, that's the longest possible distance two residents could possibly live in one district and still be in the same district. It's miles. I look at criteria number 2, easily identifiable and understood by residents. To me, I look at the 109 and I say, a resident can look at this and it's the easiest to understand. There's not many cutoffs and switch arounds. It just seems to me to be the most obvious. Wherever district you look at, you can look at that and go, oh yeah, two's Talega and Rancho San Clemente. And then the 4 is the kind of old school high school area all the way down to old school Cypress Shores. 3 is the coastal community. And number 1 is the Forester Ranch, kind of, the middle class, middle America part of San Clemente. Hey, just go with me on this, would you, for a second here? And number 3 criteria we're supposed to look at is compactness. Is that the word we used? And all the districts on District 109, you kind of look at them and say they're pretty close to the same size, compact, and District 3 is a little bit smaller, but of course, there's more density there for the population. But 1, 2, and 4, kind of similar, kind of meld together. And as Mayor Pro Tem Noblock said, when I looked at the maps first time, and I didn't really even think about the boundaries, I just thought that 109 looked aesthetically the best. And then I started going into the criteria, and it kind of sold me more. And even tonight, it was interesting. Item 10B on the agenda, and we had some criteria up there for Talega specific plan, and they also included on there, if you went to the actual packet, the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. And I asked Mr. Atamian, well, why is that? Is it like because they're similar communities? And he said yes.
Well, can I just note, also included was the Forester Ranch specific plan, which also shops at Ralph's and Lowe's, and everything about what you said about Rancho San Clemente is exactly the same for Forester Highlands. It really is, except for Forester Highlands is newer than.
The boundary of Pico, that was
He
huge.
mentioned Forester Highlands, but I did not see that in the information packet that I pulled up.
Okay.
So that I just went by what the staff report said.
The natural physical boundaries are.
And the physical
clear and
boundaries are
impressive.
pretty, using I-5, Avenida Pico, and
the canyon.
And the canyons.
Which I feel also is that's there in map 111 too.
Mark, I don't disagree with you. I can't refute anything you're saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying for me, this just looks better. That's all.
Before we move on, I want to preface this maybe for a question with the city attorney. One of the other issues with map 109 is there's 3 council members that currently live there, right? So then one of the other questions we're going to ask is, like, assuming we pick a map is, okay, how do we set the open districts? Doesn't that create a potential issue there, or is that something we can consider or not?
I think we designate the open seats.
You see what I mean? But, okay, maybe I'm not making myself clear.
It's easier to talk about sequencing once you pick the map.
Okay, it's easier, but are we allowed to talk about it? Okay.
Yeah.
What I mean is, if there's a map, Rick and I are off at the 2024 mark. It would not be easier if the two districts that were open then were the two districts where we come from, in other words, right? And that we didn't get clouded with districts that other folks are in right now.
Well, because there are two vacancies, because your terms are up, you would want to have pick two districts.
Right.
Because
And
then you'd have 5 council members.
would it not be cleaner if those two districts were districts that were vacated and otherwise open with no current council members in?
Well, that's at the pleasure of the council.
At the pleasure of the council, but, okay.
It could be potentially confusing, is what you're saying?
I think what I'm saying is, it's just cleaner and easier, it seems, if when we were looking at the two districts that are going to be up in 2024, those are two districts from two different council members that are vacated, they're in. It makes it clean because we know we're going to be selecting new council members for two
Well,
vacant
Mayor Pro
districts.
Tem Noblock and Mark are going to be in the same district no matter what. So so as long as we don't make that one of the districts that's up for election, then it's all kind of works out the same.
But then the alternative would be to put up like District 1, which would be Victor's district, and then he wouldn't be up for election in 2026.
Well, we have two that are available.
We have two available. We have three and
three
four
and
under
four.
District 9.
3 and 4. 4 is vacant, 3 is, Mr. Loeffler indicated when he was
Terms
appointed.
out, yeah,
that-
anyway.
That he wouldn't run, but that was before districting and other things. So
So-
I think 3 and 4 make sense to be on the ballot in 24.
Yes.
Maybe it's easier if I just say this. Okay, 118, we go with 118. 2 is vacant and 3 is vacant. And 4 and 1, 4 and 1 would not be up because we have 2 clear vacancies from 2 and 3, right? So there we have 2 clearly open districts. It's obvious that there's no council member that's going to be continuing to serve in those districts. To me, it just seems cleaner than if we have a bunch of council members.
I said the same thing.
I don't think it makes a
The
difference.
problem with that
It
is.
doesn't make a
the
difference.
The problem is we're adding a criteria that's not the law. The criteria would be who's currently on the council, who's up, who can run, who can't run. That's really not part of the legal standard. We need to look at what's best for the city, what makes sense. And to me, map 109 with 3 and 4 coming up, it makes perfect sense.
All right, I'm going to.
Councilmember Cabral.
Yeah, I'm also, I'm the third person in favor of map 109. And my reasoning is the same as before. It's just straightforward map. I didn't even know who wrote it or who prepared it. It cuts straight across the freeway, Avenida Victoria, which everyone knows, our main road in the city, Avenida Pico, the other road, Avenida La Plata, which is all main thoroughfares. And then the other boundary line is the ridge line that separates Salvador from Rancho San Clemente. It's a ridge line in a valley. It's a natural division. There's not even a way to get from point A to point B, from Salvador to, or easily at least. There's no road that goes to the other area. You have to go all the way down to Pico. The argument that Rancho San Clemente has nothing in common with Talega, I don't really buy. I think it has more in common than it has with Cypress Shores. It's more of a mountain community than, a beach community. So I'm also in favor of map 109.
And just to point out, I 100% agree with Shelley, a resident of San Clemente, but of also Rancho San Clemente. I'm a resident of San Clemente, but also of the community of Talega, first San Clemente. I 100% agree with Shelley that absolutely, as a resident of that area, there is zero commonality between Rancho San Clemente and Talega. There just
And yet
absolutely is.
you had two residents from Rancho San Clemente say opposite.
I think it was only one.
No,
but,
you had Miss Barnes and you had Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I wasn't counting.
So that's-
But also, if you're going to look at ridge lines and valleys, that space around La Pata, where Bella Colina is, that is a massive amount of area. That's a huge dip and a very long distance, farther than the distance between Forester Highlands and Talega. So
And I'll say, as a resident of Rancho San Clemente, I've talked to lots of my neighbors in Rancho San Clemente, and not one that I have talked to has said, yeah, we want to be lumped in with Talega.
yeah.
Well, I've
Here's- here's
gotten
the- can I-
I've gotten correspondence from
can I-
Cypress
may-
Shores
can I say-
people who say the same thing.
I would say one other thing that I hopefully, once we all get into districts, is that we will all have in mind that we will still represent the interests of the entire city of San Clemente, and we shouldn't.
Well, that's a
put-
given, but.
Well, no, it's not a given, because apparently not, according to you, that people are going to think of themselves as territorial. I'm from this area. I don't think any of us
It's
should
not
start
about that, it's
thinking.
just commonality of interests. That's all I'm talking
Yeah, but as members of the city council, we should still keep an open view that we represent the interests of San Clemente, whether we're in Talega or
I'm not talking
Cypress
about the
Shores.
council members, I'm talking about the residents. The residents don't want to be lumped together, doesn't matter what we think.
And I think there is a genuine fear here with the community members of Rancho San Clemente that whoever represents that district in 109, District Number 2, will primarily represent the residents of Talega and not the residents of Rancho San Clemente.
Well, will they not represent the residents of District 3?
Primarily, they'll
Also?
represent, they will be.
I disagree.
I completely
I've
disagree.
lived in Talega, I've lived in Rancho San Clemente, and I don't see that kind of division emotionally or in any other way. So I'm prepared to make a motion that we support MAP 109, and we have our ordinance drafted to incorporate the boundaries in MAP 109, move forward with, I think it's a bifurcated issue regarding the election. So at this point, I just move that we select a MAP 109 as the city boundaries for the next election.
Second.
Okay,
And just to clarify, I think what that motion really is to have that map move forward to the next public hearing as the one that will be attached to the proposed ordinance, because you can't actually adopt it by this motion.
Okay, then
Great
I would amend my motion to make sure MAP 109 is attached to the ordinance.
okay. Do we have a substitute motion?
Yeah, I'll make the substitute motion that we advance map 118.
And I will second that motion. So we'll,
I'll
Oh,
call
sorry.
the question, unless there's
Okay.
discussion, I don't.
any further discussion?
My only other discussion, this is that we're obviously divided on this. It might be better to even propose.
Point of order, the motion has been made and call for the motion, so.
Discussion's always appropriate. Go ahead.
Yeah, that possibly another map is out there that we haven't considered, that hasn't been brought to the council yet. So putting it out there that perhaps we need
Okay, would you like to make another substitute?
I'll make another substitute motion that we draw up another map that to consider in a future meeting, which would, come up in next week or the week after, before our,
Is that in addition to MAP 118?
yes, so basically call for another map to be made.
Okay. And if we do that, should part of that motion be some further guidance, I guess, of what that map should look like?
Yes.
Which would be what?
That,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. This is not a discussion on the motion, or this is not a discussion of the motion on the floor. This is amendment to yet another.
No, this is a motion.
It's a substitute.
Your mic's off. Mike?
Your mic.
No, his mic's on.
Oh,
But no, this is a substitute motion, which is appropriate, and he's just describing the motion.
yeah. The motion to come back
Doesn't he
with,
have a substitute already?
No, I had the substitute, I think.
Okay, so
Or
it's a,
wait.
no, he had
I
a
had the
substitute.
We had a
Substitute.
substitute
And he'd
motion
make
and
it
a
a
second,
substitute to a substitute.
Okay, city attorney, how does that work?
and the motion's been called for the question's been called.
Okay, would a different council member have to make a second substitute motion? I know we can have three on the floor at a time, right?
I would have to look up the answer to that question.
You could make.
Okay,
you could make a
here's what I'll
a
do.
third
I will
substitute
make,
motion, a
I will
second.
make a substitute motion that we ask our consultant to come back with another map that, that is 111, but we include the coastal area west, or I guess southwest of the 5 in District 3. Let's see, 117, let's see. Does one already have that? Let's see.
I got 17.
We could do 117.
All right, well, okay. You want me to substitute 117 just to put it on the table? Okay.
It's not quite the same as what I think you were proposing.
Is there a discussion, Mr. Mayor, on the, can I say something, or just say no, and I won't say anything?
No, it's not that. Yeah, if you're discussing the motions that are present.
I'm just, what I'm trying to figure out is if this new map that we come up with keeps Talega and Rancho San Clemente together, or divide, I think that's the question that we're looking at, and I'm not sure coming back with another map.
I see what your point is.
You see, kind of?
Can I call for the question on any motion that's properly been seconded and is on the floor?
I think so, right? I mean, if we have motions on the floor, then we can vote on those. And then, okay, so we don't have a third motion.
Call for the question on the
And it
substitute
appears,
motion.
and just to clarify, man, because it appears that there's a fundamental disagreement about the aspects of Rancho San Clemente that's probably going to be prevalent no matter what. So, all right, we'll take the substitute motion first, which I believe was 118.
Yes, so I'll vote. Are we going to vote or discussion?
And just to be clear on that, Councilmember Enmeyer moved it and I seconded it. Okay. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Leffler.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
No.
And I'm an aye, so that motion is defeated. That was a motion for map 118 to be the map that we consider at the next hearing. And
I'm sorry, Mayor, just for clarification, that was map 118, I believe, to be considered tonight, not for the next meeting, is that?
well,
is it?
yes, to be
Okay,
considered tonight,
okay.
I mean at the next hearing, which
Got
is
it.
right after this.
Right,
But I said
okay.
meeting, I meant hearing.
Thank you.
Original motion?
And the original motion is 109. Councilmember Enmeyer.
No.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral. Mayor Pro Tem.
Aye.
And I am a no, and 109 passes 3-2 with Duncan and Enmeyer voting no.
Item B?
Now, wait a minute. Under item A, it says provide direction regarding selection of final district map, but it also says regarding sequencing of elections. Is that still city attorney under this item?
It's fine if you want to move on to the next
Okay,
public hearing instead for that one.
cover that at the next one, okay.
Or you can cover it in this one, whatever.
Okay,
They're
before we,
they're intrinsically related.
okay.
Are we done? Are
do-
we 109? We don't know.
109 is the map we'll be considering next, yes.
Consider.
Uh,
Not a done deal yet, right?
It will be attached to the ordinance that, so we need to approve item B to get the ordinance on the next agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have tentatively decided map 109. The next public hearing will be about the first reading of the ordinance that approves 109. And then we would have a second public hearing with the second reading of that ordinance. Now, just a question here that we've, yeah.
Is that, could I ask our city, we have 2 more hearings on this then? No, I thought we only had 1 more hearing on this.
Second reading.
It's the second reading.
Second reading at another hearing.
Yeah, but
But
not
not
2 more
tonight.
hearings.
Well, we will have a public hearing and then tonight, and then we'll have a second reading.
Okay.
We have a 5th public hearing next to consider the ordinance to introduce.
Is that the last one?
No, the second, under the CVRA, typically speaking, other ordinances, when you have second readings, you don't do another public hearing. Because of the CVRA, we will do another public hearing on the second reading.
Okay. All right, so just a point of order here, are we going to consider the sequencing now, or should I go wait until the next public hearing? I think we should consider it now. It's on the agenda for now. Then it doesn't get lumped into the other ones. So sequencing of elections, so 2020, we talked a little bit about this. Does anyone want to make a motion about the sequencing of elections in terms of what districts are up for election in 2024 versus 2026?
I'll move the sequencing be for the 2024 election that we vote for districts 3 and 4 in 2024, and then 2026, vote for 1 and 2 and a mayor.
Correct.
I'll second that.
And just to clarify, that's what's going to be inserted into the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
What she said.
Whatever is good with Rick, I think.
Yeah, I
Those
second
dates and that sequencing will be in the ordinance.
Okay.
Perfect.
So the motion is, and before we get into the second, just to be clear, the motion is that in 2024, districts 3 and 4 are up. 3 currently with Leffler, 4 currently vacant. And in 2026, the at-large citywide mayor is up for election, as well as District 1, currently occupied by Cabral, and District 2, currently occupied by Duncan, Enmeyer, and Knobloch. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, and the second is Cabral? Okay, motion is Leffler, second is Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? By unanimous consent. So we will now move on to,
Public hearing number 5.
okay, please introduce the item.
This is public hearing number 5 to introduce for first reading an ordinance adding sections 2.04.010 through 2.04.012 to the San Clemente Municipal Code to transition to by-district elections and setting mayoral terms. Mayor and council, this is a follow-up item to the 4th public hearing, which you just adopted map 109 and selected sequencing for the upcoming elections. We will include in this ordinance map 109, and in the election of 2024, council seats will be up in districts 3 and 4, and then at the election of 2026, council seats 1 and 2 will be up. And council will also be, or the public will also be voting for a mayor at that time. Additionally, this ordinance reads that the mayor will be an elected seat with a life term limit of 3 full terms without the ability to run for mayor again.
Sorry, City Clerk, I thought you were just announcing the title. Okay, I'm
Oh,
going to go
my
ahead and
apologies.
open the public hearing.
Okay.
My bad, okay.
I got ahead.
So I think you can start with where you said additionally, because I think that all of that was already decided just now. So
Okay.
additionally, what will this public hearing be about?
Yeah, so this will be to introduce the ordinance, and it'll memorialize what just took place in public hearing number 4, which was the adoption of, or the introduction of map 109 and the sequencing of the elections. Additionally, this ordinance includes what was discussed at the last council meeting, to select to have an elected mayor with 2-year terms, a term limit of 3 full terms without the ability to run for mayor again.
Okay.
And clarification on that, after a 2-year hiatus, you can run again. Was that what we discussed
I
before?
think what we discussed was 3, and that was it.
And you were timed out.
Timed
You want to
out?
run for city council or something.
Is that, I don't remember this, I remember the discussion, but I don't remember if we
Does
we
the-
had a consensus on that.
Does the ordinance have that 3 and that's it? You
3
cannot
and
run
that's
for-
it. That
you cannot-
that's what the consensus was
Okay,
last
all
time,
right.
yes.
Okay.
Now, just to be
All
clear,
right, just wanna
3, is it
clarify.
3 consecutive terms or 3, once you,
3 consecutive.
Terms consecutive.
3 consecutive and you're done? But you could, if you got voted out, you could run again, and voted out, you could run again
Yeah,
indefinitely?
3 terms
Three terms.
in your
however-
life.
However it works out.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 terms altogether?
Exactly.
Because that was different than what we just heard. So do we have any don't know if we have consensus on that. 3, not necessarily consecutive.
Got 3 terms.
3 terms in your life.
Maximum 3 terms as mayor, that's it?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, I think that's fine. Do we need to vote on that?
You can say anything. Come on. You can say anything.
So,
Consensus.
okay, and is that how it reads, city attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Go on, city clerk.
Those are the only additions to the ordinance.
So we are
That we will
we are
include.
keeping in place the current the current limits on council members.
Correct.
Now applying to district council members, where you can run for 2 consecutive 4-year terms, then you can take a 2-year hiatus, and then you can run again.
Correct.
Okay.
And council terms are not being considered in this ordinance, the
Right.
ordinance we have in
They're
place.
just staying as is. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Do we have any comments?
We have one public comment.
Okay.
Amanda Q.
I think in selecting 109, you've just voted Aaron out. So, I think there was a lot of confusion because you were talking about map 104, and that wasn't in the packet back there, which you should have had it. It was presented last time, but you should have. I mean, the city council members were running through all these maps, and I think that understanding, there was some confusion because there was a lot of questions being asked, and we couldn't hear you, like the resident in the back stated. So, so now we're stuck with map 109, and it would have been nice to even consider 117 or another map for a consultant to, look into what would be more agreeable. But I think that this was really rushed, and you were jumping back and forth with maps, and some maps the public didn't have to be able to do this. I'm concerned about that aspect. And then also regarding the mayor term limits and all that, I mean, this is your decision, but you really didn't listen to the members of the public when Wayne Eggleston was here and Tim Brown spoke that we really wanted five districts, and unfortunately I was sick that day. I went home earlier than expected, but I just feel like this is just really being rushed, and I understand that now we're stuck with 109 no matter what. And a lot of people that just spoke regarding the cell towers already left. And like Councilmember Enmeyer, he said that there was other residents from Rancho San Clemente that and I understand what he was saying, and it's true and accurate because Shelley Moore just spoke about it. And so I think that you're really not listening to the residents. You're listening to about whose seat is up next, and that's not right. And that isn't right, because you're thinking, okay, well, what about this person or what that person? But it should be fair to all the residents of San Clemente. I'm glad you have some term limits for the mayor role. However, it's just a ceremonial one. Now he has more power, where we should have just went with 5 council members, 5 districts, made it easier, and then just go with our ordinance that we have for the council members to select a mayor rather than this. So I'm really concerned about that, and I feel that there was confusion tonight. You were going through maps. And I think it's just a disservice to the public, especially now Aaron Washington, that he's not going to be able to run. And so there's that 1%, and then the Latino vote is 16
All right. Thank you for your comments.
Can I ask a question, though, just for clarity? Because, I mean, maybe I missed it. Did we make any changes to the city charter as far as powers of the mayor? It's still just an elected...
The city of San Clemente is a general law city. It's not a charter city.
So we don't have a strong mayor system.
We don't have a strong mayor seat. It's just another vote.
You're right, we made no changes to the power of the mayor in terms of.
Mayor has the same powers he has right now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, any other comments, city clerk?
Yes, one right here. I don't know if this is the right time for this comment. I'm totally confused. But what I really want to know is, I know you can't answer me, is why do you think Cypress Shore is so different than us? I mean, yes, they have ocean views. My house is still worth $2.5 million. Is that the ghetto? I mean, don't I want the same thing Cypress Shores wants? I want it safe, I want clean, I want no crime, I want no homeless. What do they want more than what I want? To think that, to keep constantly bringing up, you have nothing in common with Cypress Shores. I mean, I would think we're all here for the same thing, and wanting to have a voice, I think is something that every resident should have, but being constantly told that I don't have the same things as Cypress Shore. Yeah, you brought that up quite a few times. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
No further comments.
All right. So any other questions for staff, I guess, before I close the public hearing? Is there another comment? Oh, no, go ahead, come on up and you can grab it later. Yeah, that's-
Thank you. I seem to be as confused as the vast majority over here. At this point, it looks like we're stuck with map 109. Is that correct? Stuck with it? Okay, and I heard comments saying that by some of our council members that this wasn't based upon who's running next and things like that, and I disagree with that from my opinion. I'm also trying to figure out that if we're running in District 3 and 4, according to map 109, that the people who live in those districts are not out of their term at this point, right?
We can't.
So, meaning, I know you cannot respond to me, God forbid. God forbid to clean it up right here and now instead of table it. So at this point, as I understand, if we're running in 2024, District 3 and 4, District 4 would represent, okay, it just depends, it's hard to see on this terrible map, if it would represent any of the sitting council at this point. It won't. Okay, so then this map will benefit specific people in the future, and I think it was done politically, my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah.
No comments.
Okay, we will close, no.
No, I was just going to say, in a public hearing, we can answer questions
we
if
can-
you want to. This is not public comment. This is part of this item, so.
Okay.
If you wanted to address that question, you could, and I think that the answer is that none of the current council members live in
Better if
District
city manager
4.
did. Go ahead.
None of the council members currently live in District 4, so, on item 109, and the only council member that lives in District 3 at the current time is Councilman Loeffler, who had indicated that he doesn't plan to run, so just wanted to clarify that out.
Even if he does,
Clarify
he's up
that.
for election in
Right.
2024 anyway.
So,
Well, I have,
Also, there was a question about, I'm just.
go ahead, yeah. If
I
you
don't know
want
if that answered the question.
someone to specifically address it.
Somebody said something about, well, we're voting for District 4 and District 3, and somehow that's favoring somebody in the future. I'm confused at how is that, we don't even know who's running. How is that favoring somebody? I have no idea. And I'll answer the part about Cypress Shores is, yes, I was making the same distinction, is there's a difference there. As the comment was made, we're all for the same thing, we're all together. Well, then you're all in Rancho San Clemente, all for Talega. I mean, you can't have it, we're so much different from Talega, but we're not different from Cypress Shores or Forest. That's, I mean, either for the city or you're not, and that's it, period.
Well, I've got very, very serious concerns with map 109, but it's already there. I think this was a horrible mistake, to be honest with you. I just want to go on the record for that.
I concur.
And Councilmember Meyer concurs. But we were outvoted, that's how it works. So do we have any other comment or any questions for staff before I close the public hearing? Okay, any other questions that anybody wants to answer that came up?
So quick, I'm just in process. The next step in this, what is it?
Introducing an ordinance.
Okay, so we introduced the ordinance. Is there any room for debate or modifications when that ordinance is introduced?
Yes.
Including at the second reading?
I mean, you want to, no. You want to have your debate and then introduce your ordinance with changes, for example, and that cannot change between the first and second reading unless you do a new first reading.
And if we take that route, potentially, we go outside the safe harbor in the Voting Rights Act if we go beyond the
Potentially,
November.
yes.
Yeah. So we're under strict time considerations, of course. Yes, Councilmember.
I would
Cabral.
only say, I've voted for the District 1, map 109, but in my view, whether I'm representing District 1, I think I'm concerned about the entire city. I'm not going to look at just my area. I'm going to look at the issues, and I'm still going to be concerned about the homelessness down on the beaches, the parking, the downtown area, the Talega area, the solar power. I'm going to be concerned about everything. I'm not going to focus just on my district. So I think that's the way that we've got to look at it as individual city council people, even if we are from a district, that we're still representing the entire district, the entire city.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, it never occurred to me that the remaining city council.
Wait. If we're going into discussion, I'll close the public hearing. So this is the time for any further questions right? Okay.
Sorry, there's other questions.
You have another, City Attorney?
You can't.
Can we have additional questions after the commenter?
It's at the council's discretion.
Okay. Since we have a small group here, come to the podium, please, Shelley. Yeah.
I wanted to say that, yes, we're supposed to be for the whole entire city. But when Amazon was going on, we contacted Talega and we asked, would you be willing to back the petition or to stand up with us that we didn't want in the area? And their board said to us, we don't get involved because that's San Clemente. They refused to be involved. They said that is a San Clemente thing. Well, wait a second, if we're all supposed to be together, they're not playing along with us. So yes, I do feel that it is wrong to have us with them because right there, they showed me exactly who they were. And finally, the residents themselves signed the petition because they didn't want that traffic going through their neighborhood. But overall, Talega Board wanted nothing to do with it because it was a San Clemente issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other Okay, well, let's hear everybody out.
So obviously, I didn't submit a map, but to the council members, for those that are affected, did you not see there's a conflict of interest, that the perception would be that you're making choices based on where you live? I know you guys know where I live, but that's the perception, is that, yeah, this is a safe one. Chris, I agree with you. Thank you. I saw that you were listed on 117. Mark, thank you. You were putting yourself out there, knowing that you have a chance to not be elected or somebody go against you. I appreciate that. Rick, we know you're not running again. There's 2 vacant spots, but yeah, I'm like, I got Donna out there and all of us that want to get in there and get some new blood in there, but that just kind of just put us off to 2026, and I'll be back. All right.
Be concerned about people, but he wants to be concerned about.
So I can't speak again?
Well, yeah,
Ms. Shelley
we're going
spoke
to hear
again.
as many people out as we can, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Duncan. I really appreciate that. And, we hardly ever agree on certain things, but I definitely agree with your motion, and I support Mark and Meyer and you at this point. However, I am concerned because Councilmember Victor Cabral at the last city council meeting said that he wasn't going to vote for a certain map because it would put an odds to him. It would be, because he would be his district would be, he would be in that district, and that district would include Aaron Washington. So as a person of color, I'm really concerned how Latinos are against African Americans, and I really am I'm very offended about that. So it is personal at this point, and I really support Mayor Chris Duncan and Councilmember Mark Enmeyer. I really think this was so wrong, and just I really think that I would have supported 117 or something that was, fair for the whole entire community. And Shelley was right. Talega didn't want to help out, and I'm glad I fought against Amazon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are we just?
Can I take a minute to respond to
Are we
that?
just busking here?
Yes.
It's actually very confusing to me because I didn't create any of these maps. All the maps create District 1 along the same district lines. I would say no matter what, Aaron's in my district. So next election, I may or may not run. I don't know. I haven't made the decision. So maybe he can run. I don't know. But we ran against each other this time. It has nothing, absolutely nothing. And actually, I'm insulted by the notion that you bring race into this, because this has nothing to do with race. African American against a Hispanic. And I'm actually shocked that you as a Hispanic would raise that, because this has nothing to do with race. It's never come up in my mind. I've never thought about it. But I think you owe the city an apology for raising it. And I just think it's the most outrageous thing that I've heard. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Any other questions at this
Yeah,
point before I close the public hearing?
yeah, look, nobody,
Well, if this is discussion, then I'll close the public hearing and then we can start the discussion. Is that what we want? We want to close the public hearing, right? Okay, let's close the public hearing. All right.
okay, yeah, it's really too bad this is a divisive issue. It was going to be, no matter what map you picked, it was going to be like that. Somebody who wanted to run is not going to be able to run. There's no way you can make 15 people run in this city spread out all over the city, so you're going to make some people unhappy. It's really interesting that, we have a couple of residents that came here, so I know they're friends, and this shows how divisive it is. One of the friends she suggested map 109, and her good friend here comes up and now is chastising us because we took 109. So it just shows what nobody's going to be happy. That's the thing. Nobody's going to be everybody's going to be happy on this. So.
Okay, sorry, no more comments, please.
Unless there are any other comments, I'll move we introduce ordinance 1762 and ask the city clerk to read the label.
I'll second that.
Okay, city clerk.
Yes. Introduce ordinance number 1762 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adding sections 2.04.010 through 2.04.012 to the San Clemente Municipal Code, establishing a by-district election process in 4 council districts with an elective office of mayor pursuant to California Election Codes 10010 and California Government Code 34871C and 34886, and setting mayoral terms.
That's my motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would request that the city clerk also read what goes into the blanks of the ordinance that's attached to the staff report.
Okay.
Sure.
Starting with specifying what Exhibit A is.
Yes, let me just get there. Exhibit A will be map 109, and that is on page 7. That begins on page 7 of your staff report. Exhibit A, map 109. And map 109 is referenced, Exhibit A is referenced throughout. At the bottom of page 8 of your staff report, election schedule for council members elected by district, council districts. Let's see here, let me go, sorry, it's on a different note page here. Council districts 3 and 4 will be considered in 2024. And on page 9 of the ordinance, or 9 of the staff report, districts 1 and 2 and the mayor will be elected beginning in 2026. So we will update the ordinance with all of those corrections, add, or all of those additions, add map 109 as Exhibit A, and we will bring it back for a sixth public hearing.
Did you want to incorporate the terms of the mayor and the restrictions there?
That's already in there. I can read it for you if you'd like.
I didn't hear that. I may have missed it, but,
Because it was already in, from our previous
Okay.
direction, it was
All
already
right.
in the ordinance.
all right, thank you.
City Attorney, does that address all of the blanks?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Cabral. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Actually, no. And who's a no? I'm a no.
Okay, I'll change my vote to no.
Okay, passes 3-2 with Enmeyer and Duncan as noes.
Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is item 10A, City Council Correspondence with Orange County Supervisor Foley.
Mayor and council, this was on your last agenda. The city council gave direction that the mayor pro tem and Councilman Loeffler would get together and revise the letter. That letter has been revised. I wanted to point out that there was also a separation of the two items in the letter, and that was at the request of Supervisor Foley. That's because the sand issue goes to the Public Works Department, and the request and information about housing would go to the Housing Department, so she would request that those be in two separate letters. So those two items were separated into two separate letters, and other than that, we are just looking for direction from the council.
Okay, do we have any public comments?
Amanda Q.
I think I wanted to vote, wanted to speak on number 2 of that. And it's my understanding that Supervisor Katrina Foley has already done work and supported sand replenishment. So I read that letter that's going to be sent out, says Supervisor Foley. It doesn't include her previous work. And I know that she had mentioned that at an OCTA Board of Directors meeting that where Mr. Hall spoke at, as well as I did, and as well as Susie, Dr. Susie Whitelaw. She also talked about it at I guess there was a premiere of a video regarding the beach erosion. So I'm just, hopefully, someone could do some research on that before sending that out and actually thanking her for her prior help with the fight with sand replenishment. I just want to make sure that that's included, or if someone can reach out and to verify that, but I remember that there was some conversation between Supervisor Foley at an OCTA Board of Directors meeting regarding that. So I see Mr. Hall, but I hope he could interject for me, but thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very good point. I should point out that Supervisor Foley actually asked us to write this specific letter asking for sand in the emergency sand that can be placed on the beach. If the council would like to enhance that by thanking her for previous actions, I'm very glad to make that change before it gets sent out. But she did request this letter be written so that it could be given to Public Works. So the emergency sand that was placed at Capo Beach, she wants to make sure that if that kind of sand becomes available again, we could place it on our beach.
We've
And that's-
already
she
given
wanted
her
that letter.
pre-authorization or pre-approval to go ahead and dump it here.
Exactly, and this just formalizes that,
As the
that's correct.
kind of the author of that letter
Thank
before
you.
it got bifurcated, I have no problem with putting a sentence in there about thank you for all your previous work on.
Well, I think
on
the
this
first
issue.
sentence is thank you for your efforts to protect and enhance coastal resources.
That's what I thought. I
I
mean,
think it does already.
so
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Any other public comments?
No.
Okay. All right.
I'd move approval of the 2 letters.
Second?
Okay.
Is there a chance that, friendly amendment, that we vote on these letters separately?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to revise your motion?
I'll move the letter regarding sand first.
Okay. Motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
Now, I'd like to move letter 1 regarding the the housing issue.
Okay, motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Wait, can we have discussion?
Discussion?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm, just want to go on the record that I don't think that this letter is necessary. In my view, we're bringing up a point about what a citizen said about an issue that he misunderstood, that puts blame on the county for an issue that they're not doing, and we're asking the county to do something that they're already not doing. So I just don't see the point of writing this letter. So that's.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
I'll call the question.
Okay. And I think we have the motion in the second already, right? Are you clear on that, City Clerk? Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
No.
Let's see. Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Aye.
And I'm a no. It passes 3-2 with Enmeyer and Duncan as the no votes on that first letter, attachment 1.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is oral communications, part 2, and we do have one speaker card. That's Amanda Q.
I think I'm just going to pass on that. I submitted a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm reconsidering it, so just take mine off. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, City Clerk?
Tony Rubolino.
Okay, Chris, on October 10th, you made a social media post on Facebook. Last night, I had the opportunity to speak with the congregation at our local Shabbat. I want to be 100% clear. I stand with the Israeli people and our Jewish brothers and sisters in the United States and throughout the world in the face of this barbaric terrorist attack. That was October 10th. On June 2nd, 2020, you made another social media post, and there's a quote from Martin Luther King, and then it goes on to say, "I'm proud of my city for coming together to peacefully protest the killing of George Floyd and to demand justice for all of us. We are only as safe as our most vulnerable community members. Hashtag Black Lives Matter." Now, I'm sure many of you know who have been following the atrocities that have been going on abroad, that the ADL even commented that there are some left groups aligning with anti-Zionist organizations in the wake of Hamas's attack on Israel by expressing support for Hamas's atrocities in the name of resistance and liberation. Amongst various groups, this also included Black Lives Matter, the organization. Newsweek posted an article, and there are lots of other articles, but this is just one example. Black Lives Matter org praises Hamas, sparks backlash. So, Chris, this is kind of what you do, right? So, and the people at home are not able to see because the camera's on me, but Chris has a coy smirk on his face right now because he knows this is what he does to get votes. And so he has to appeal to as many people as possible. So, Chris, I'm going to charge you right now that you can either stand with Black Lives Matter and the support of the Hamas terrorist organization, or you can stand, as you stated recently, with Israel and the Jewish community. So you can't stand with both. At this point, you're going to have to pick. And so we can call this meeting tonight as the start of the clock for Chris to respond. He can respond tonight. He can respond right now. He can use council comments at the end of the meeting. He can go on social media. He can make a post clarifying. But at this point, Chris, you are in the same arena as Black Lives Matter and the Hamas terrorist organization, and trying to also have a foot with the people of Israel and the Jewish community. So you have to pick. You can't have a foot in both.
Thank you very much for the comment. All right. Do we have any other comments, City Clerk?
No additional comments.
All right. We are on to future agenda items. Any council members want to agendize something for a future meeting? No? Okay. I have one. Actually, and it sort of came up tonight. We had a speaker about it. It actually came up in a lot of settings. We got a lot of material and data tonight about the efforts we've made to keep our community safe with private security, with additional deputies, with our program to add park rangers and augment the park ranger program, and generally be more responsive to our residents and their public safety concerns. So I would like support to give direction, not necessarily bring something back, but give direction to the city manager to pursue some way to gather from a unbiased third party the data that's been compiled by all the groups actually that we saw tonight, be it our code compliance, the private security deputies, and bring back a report with suggestions or recommendations about how that's data driven, about how we can be more responsive to our public in this area.
I would support that with a caveat that you need to be very specific about what your expectations are coming back. I mean, specifically what you want to know.
So I would say I think we need a third party to do this, because if it's the city or if it's the deputies or if it's code compliance, then it's always going to be, or if it's private security, it's somebody who has a little bit of a dog in the fight. So I'd say a third party, engage a third party to do that study. Similar, doesn't have to be the presenter that we had, but similar to what we heard, where there would be data used to guide us and the Public Safety Committee in a future, in terms of making our decisions in the future from lessons learned based on the data about where we can go from here to best utilize our resources to improve our responsiveness to the public.
Yeah, I can support that.
Okay.
Again,
Well, if you want to amend it, go ahead.
well,
I mean, I can't read your mind.
No. Well, I guess let me just comment. It seems strange to me that the request sounds good, but it's very nebulous. It's what we currently do every day. It's the focus of our city staff every day. And I'm not sure what on earth we would gather other than to have a common sense approach to making sure we properly allocate our resources to make sure we have police safety in our city, whether it's through all services, the police, the private security, the park rangers.
Well, yeah,
I'm not sure what-
this is-
and to
so
hire a
you-
consultant to tell us to do what makes sense.
No, I'm not saying that. I guess you sort of missed the point there. We can gather all of our data, we can discuss it all amongst ourselves, but we're always coming from our own perspective based on our own experiences, and so it's always sort of subjective in that sense. I'm looking for a third party to do a neutral, objective review, gather the data, we saw much of it tonight, and come back to us with a report that outlines what went well, what we can do better, where we should, and using that data, allocate the resources. We can't do that on our own, and that's why I'm asking for.
So a third party would be a consultant that we would hire
I
to
guess,
give us an
yes, a
opinion?
consultant, yes. A consultant that understands how to analyze data and provide this kind of
I think
feedback.
we are elected by the people of San Clemente, and we hire a chief of police services and a city manager to make those very recommendations. I just think it's duplicate, what's the word? Duplicitous, thank you. It's duplicitous, and again, I like the concept, but to hire a consultant to tell us what is our number one responsibility every day,
Well, that's my whole point. We're using our own subjective experiences. That's fine. That's what we're elected to do. But this would guide us. We don't have to agree with it. We can disagree with it.
So we
but-
would use a third party's subjective analysis of what they think.
No. You're missing the whole point. It's not subjective. It's totally objective and data driven. So it has no subjectivity. It's just the data.
And this would possibly recommendations to where it would be the park rangers could, they should be added to, or
Where they should patrol perhaps, or where the hot spots of reports are coming so that we can respond quicker there, that kind of thing.
In my view, the problem with it is that all their input's going to be from the city manager, the sheriff, all the entities that are already there that know best. They don't have any of that data, and so I might agree with you. I would be willing to work with you on developing an idea.
Could we?
But I don't think it's fleshed out yet
If-
enough to support.
Assuming you get a staff report on this, could it be that the city manager checks with neighboring cities to see if they're doing something like this, to see if that's something that's being done, and to see what their reaction is to it?
Just to be clear, I'm putting a lot of responsibility on the city manager here to provide a lot of the meat of on the bones. I just think we should give general direction. And sure, if the city manager comes back and says, look, no cities are doing this, or it hasn't really worked somewhere, I'm fine with not moving forward with it. I'm just saying, we want to give the city manager direction. That's what the city manager needs to look at this as a component that would be a force multiplier for us making decisions.
I'm feeling you as a possibility. Actually, I can't read your mind. I wish we could read each other's minds, because then we know exactly what
No,
we're saying.
I don't want to read what's going through that mind.
But I could support that. I think, city manager, you kind of understand what we're trying to get at here, to see if there's a method of assimilating our public safety, data and information better to come up with a strategy. Do you see what?
I think so. I think there might be one missing piece, and that is we just hired a new park ranger supervisor and 2 new park rangers. They would be missing from that data. So I don't know if and again, I don't want to have, maybe now that we have the park ranger program, do we still need the private security? Or do we want to, develop the park ranger program for a certain period of time before we just dispose of private security? I think it was always the council's goal to eventually replace private security with our own park ranger
Yeah,
program.
I don't think we can-
And I don't know that we're there yet, but we'd be missing that from the data, because that would just be a missing
Can we
piece
look into
from that.
some best
That's all I'm-
practices, some other cities? I mean, going forward.
Sure,
I know the
absolutely.
park ranger implement is
Yeah,
is not
that's the
gonna
only
be part,
missing
it's not
piece, I
going to be
think.
so
Right.
much part of it, but to see if there's
And
a.
that's almost my point is, and maybe this is pie in the sky. I'm just thinking about it because I just saw that data on the screen and we had somebody come in and present about it. But what I'm talking about would guide how we do our park ranger program, but based on the lessons learned from the deputies, lessons learned from private security, not waiting until until the park ranger program's online. Then it's too late to get the
Well, that-
information, because then it's already there.
I think that changes and clarifies what you're asking for. Yeah, if this is to give us information about how to implement the new park ranger program compared to what we've been doing with private security, that does narrow it in a little bit about what you're looking for. So some of the-
Those are
Is that
admirable,
more-
those are admirable goals, but to hire a consultant to tell us to do that.
Well, we're not ready to hire a consultant.
Okay.
Again, I'm
Yeah,
interested, I am kind of interested in some best practices of some similar cities to see kind of if this is a thing.
Yeah.
And then we maybe take it from there with the information comes back.
Okay.
With what-
Well, not
City manager, can I ask
just
a
direction.
question? Isn't this something that you do anyhow? Is this part of your
but-
job and something that you are taking on? I know you're analyzing and evaluating, how our rangers are operating. You wouldn't have hired them unless you had a plan in place. So maybe what we're just asking is for you to put together that plan so that you can share it with us.
Yeah, of course. And I
Sure.
mean, that's what I do, I don't know, I work 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
You work more than that, but.
See,
5 or
that's
6
what-
hours a day every day, and I try to fit
I'm
that in
just
somewhere
saying,
along the way. But
if he feels that a third-party data analysis would be helpful in doing that's all I'm saying, that he'd be able to do that.
There might not
If he
even-
doesn't, then he doesn't do it.
And there might not even be an entity that.
There might not be an
can do
entity
it.
that does something that the city manager thinks would be helpful. That's all I'm saying.
I can support exploring it that far of
All right. Okay, any other, no agenda items, right, okay. Reports,
what are we,
commissions and committees. We have.
subcommittees?
We have the city clerk. Before we get to that, we have the city clerk wanting us to provide some dates.
Yes, so we have 3 commissions and committees that council has accepted applications on: Beaches, Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture, and Coastal Advisory Committee. We have a total of 29 applications between the 3 commissions and committees, and so I think we should set 2 interview dates. And I've provided a list of options just to see what works best for council. October 24th at 2 o'clock, October 30th, 4 o'clock, November 14th and 16th at 2 o'clock, November 28th and 30th at 2 o'clock.
I can't do the 30th at 2 o'clock. I'm working at that.
It was at 4 o'clock. Didn't you say the 30th was at 4?
I'm still working at 4 o'clock.
2
on
o'clock,
Monday.
yeah. November 30th is out, okay.
I can't do the 24th or the 16th.
Herein lies why we are doing this.
Other dates are okay.
Okay.
So the 14th, you're still good to go?
14th of November?
Dang, that's really far away.
Wait.
The 30th.
Is that ski week or something, Mark? Don't you guys have
I'm getting my hair cut that day.
14th at 2, is that?
Could we do the 14th at 3?
I'm not here on the 14th. I'm
Come on.
working out of town on the 14th.
30th?
I'm working out of town on the 14th, 28th, and 30th.
Sorry.
Okay, so that leaves us with October 30th. Let's see here. Let me pull up my
I could
calendar.
do October 30th at 6 o'clock.
That would work
At
for me.
night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're here.
Okay. But that would be interviewing 29 applicants in one night.
Oh, can we do
Try it.
half of them that
Honestly,
night?
let's try it, because
Let's try to.
it's so hard to get multiple days.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
October 30th at 6.
I mean, we go to freaking 11 all the time, so I mean,
We'll get it done.
we can just get it done. Because, I mean, we want to fill these committees. I mean,
And it's sooner the better, I think.
So the 30th at 6.
30 at 6 PM. That's the earliest, Mark?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe even 6:05. But if I'm 5 minutes late, I'll be there.
Everybody
Okay.
gets 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. We will set the interviews for October 30th at 6 PM. Thank you.
Till close.
All right. And I might bring in my dinner to eat while we're here, just so.
All right. For everyone?
I think we can
For
get
everyone?
dinner.
Yeah, no. If you're paying, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, any other commission and committee updates?
I don't think so, right? Okay, council subcommittee updates. Again, what are our subcommittees that we still have?
We have the homeless subcommittee that we're still working on. We had a great field trip this last week up to a Jamboree housing facility that was really fantastic. We'll talk more about that later.
Okay. Any other subcommittees? Don't we have a coastal subcommittee still? Or no?
No.
Okay.
Give us Sanzar.
Councilmember reports. You want to sing your own praises?
No, I was singing your guys' praises. You know, we at the carnival we had a dunk the council member fundraiser, and we had Councilmember Enmeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch, and our esteemed mayor come out and offer to be dunked, and I think it was fruitful in the money part of it, and you guys are also very generous, and I think it was a fun thing for the community. So I just thank you all for coming out and supporting a great cause.
And when we were being dunked, Councilmember Loeffler was an excellent barker, and I offered if anyone could hit the dunk tank once in the first time, I'd give him $50. He boosted it to 100. I didn't authorize 100, but he boosted it.
Even number to 100.
And many adults, many children tried, but there was one deputy sheriff, Brian Smith, who actually came up to the plate
Right.
and hit it first time and dunked. So I owe you the $100 for that.
That's for Friends of San Clemente. Just to be clear, that's for Friends of San Clemente, yeah.
Friends of San Clemente.
Yeah, that's for the foundation, not for me. I would have made it 200.
Exactly.
And thank you to the Friends of San Clemente putting that on. My kids had a great time. It was a wonderful experience. So, and it really brings our community together.
Thank
It's
you.
nice when sometimes you can bring it together.
Yes.
I wish the carnival was next weekend.
Yes.
And the beer garden was great.
And the beer garden was great, exactly. I wish we were having that beer garden tonight.
After this, it'll be the Talega Carnival and then the Cypress Shores Carnival. Have 5 carnivals. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, Rick, you did a fantastic job on the carnival again. I mean, just really, and the whole team at the Friends of San Clemente. Thank everybody for really pulling off a terrific carnival.
I will, thank you.
Great memories for all the families that were there. Okay. City Attorney.
Thank you. I do want to say happy belated birthday to Councilmember Cabral and happy early birthday to our city manager. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Domi arigato.
And City Manager.
Now, are you going to try to follow that, Mayor? No comment.
All right, thank you. Anybody want to make a motion on adjournment?
I will move that we adjourn to our next regularly scheduled council meeting, take place November 7th, 2023. Closed session will begin at 5 PM at the regular business, and the regular business meeting will begin at 6 PM. The meeting will take place at the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente, California.
I'll second.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. It is unanimous.